I guess most of my shit come from whoever is, like, awake. I'm sharing it out.
Let's get down to business. The
My fault, y'all. We back. Good morning, everybody. I'm well rested and I got my coffee. I'm gonna drink some water after I had this coffee, though. What do you mean? What do you mean? There are a bunch of words on the screen that I don't know what they mean. I don't know what to tell you, Bookie Butts. Have you tried picking up a book? That might be the first thing you want to start with. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? And then you fell in love with the daughter that looked like the son. I don't know what Disney did with that hot one, but whatever. Are you just mad your kid's father left you as a single mother? Yeah, that's probably, maybe I'm just bitter. I'm glad you broke it down. So now that you know that and you still don't have empathy, wait, did I leave? Did he leave or did I put him out the house? I'm so confused. Did I put you sure? I think I put him out the house for welfare. What you think? Good morning, Lola. That's what I'm saying. Masculinity is fragile. Jess, what it do, boo? Y'all up. I'm gonna carry him up in the bed. I'm chilling right now. Jess, what it do, boo? Y'all up. I'm gonna carry him up in the bed. I'm chilling right now. Ain't nothing too much going on. Nose ring theory. Clock it, clock it. The men already mad. I guess you consider yourself masculine and fragile. I don't know. If somebody put this, if I really want to know, I would go look up what is fragile masculinity. I wouldn't be arguing if I really wanted to know. So why are you asking me, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know. What do you mean? What about I? Each to their own, I guess. Masculinity is extremely fragile. It's precarious. Because if masculinity wasn't fragile, how can you take it away? How can it be something you can have if it was natural? Wouldn't every man be masculine by extension? By nature? By right? No, right? The minute you put pink on, you're not a man no more. The minute you have a boyfriend as a man, you're not a man no more. Anything that is resembling of femininity strips a man of his masculinity. So it is fragile, wouldn't you say? So why you here if you're not worried about my opinion? I know you're not worried about my opinion. Y'all be worried about other men's opinion. Your masculinity is built off of what other men tell you masculinity is. Nothing more, nothing less. Put it on to make them want to marry me. Y'all can request stuff. Y'all texting paragraphs. I thought education was feminine. Why y'all writing so much? I'm sorry for the evil laugh. Let me get my shit opened up for no reason. Imagine getting prepared to put up resources and stats and shit for men who don't read. Good morning, Boogie Butts. You're welcome to come up, Rita. I don't really care for the ops at the moment. Someone hurt you good. How's me talking about fragile masculinity mean I'm hurt? Wouldn't it be that somebody hurt men if masculinity is fragile? Y'all not even thinking. Y'all just starting y'all day off on the bullshit. I just want y'all to know that y'all not special. Y'all dudes that's commenting, y'all not special. I could put literally anything up on this prompt and y'all would just come to argue. Because you don't want to have the conversation, you just want to argue. Who hurt who I just got here? I'm screaming, Marlon. That's just something they say to invalidate women. Yo.
So, why do you think masculinity is fragile? How would you femininity is fragile?
The conversation is not on femininity, it's on masculinity.
So why do you think that?
Are you saying femininity is also fragile?
No, I'm just saying, what would you say to that? That's what I'm saying.
If you said femininity was fragile,
Yeah.
it's not a gotcha moment. I would also agree because I think these are social constructs.
Well, so you think masculinity is fragile? What's fragile about masculinity?
The fact that it can be stripped of you no matter, like, you can't. Masculinity should be something that is attributed to you just because you're a man. But the moment that you wear nail polish, the moment that you put on a skirt as a man, the moment that you do anything that's like feminine, like nurturing your children, being vulnerable with women, these things,
Yeah, because a man is supposed to dress like a man and a woman is supposed to dress like a woman.
and that's
That's
why
why.
it's fragile because
How
it
is
can
that fragile? Like a woman should not wear man clothes, but I can't lie though. There are some girls
like
actually
women,
suit
like
man
women shouldn't
clothes.
wear. Wait, so women shouldn't wear pants?
Oh my days! There are pants for girls as well, you know.
But originally they were only for men.
Originally they were for men, but then they made it for women too. So,
So that means that if it's something that's masculine and it can be turned feminine, then it's fragile, right? It's not necessarily
so for
masculine.
them, that's masculine and it turns feminine. That's fragile. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, men used to wear heels. Now it's considered gay if they wear heels, right?
I mean, were heels made for men?
Yes.
They were made for men. Heels were made for men.
I can't give you knowledge. Like, these are the facts. I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Can I
That's what I'm
make
saying. It's fragile because what is considered masculine is fluid. It shifts. It changes.
so heels were made for men? Is that
You
what you're
want
telling
six?
me?
You could just look it up, boo. You ain't got to
I'll
argue.
look it up right now. Actually, maybe if you're right, I'm gonna tell you're right. I don't care if I don't care
If I'm
about this
right
prompt.
about it,
It's about the
but
fact that
if I'm right about, go look it up. You can still hear me while you're looking it up. But
yeah,
if
I'll look it
I'm
up right
right
now.
about the hills, all you're gonna say is that don't mean that you're less masculine. So, or that doesn't mean that masculinity is fragile. So it don't matter.
So it, if you have
Let him go
if
look
you
it up.
have
Let him go look it up. I don't want to. I
Yeah,
don't want to
I
miss.
looked it up right now, and them heels do not look like what girls would wear. They were made for. Oh my days! We all know what we're on about
I told y'all.
heels.
What did I say? These hills literally look like the hills we wear today. These are like
No,
these are
they
like
don't.
thick
No,
hills.
they don't. I just looked it up. No, they don't.
Everybody in the comments, go put into Google high heels were made for
High
men.
she
heels
she
were
said the
made for men.
heels have eyes.
Do you know what heels she's on about? Grim. They're on about like
He's
how can I
calling
say
you.
like
He's calling you.
they
He's
have
calling.
some heels that I don't know how to
Hold
explain it,
on,
but they
hold
look
on,
more masculine
listen.
than
Hold on, Mr. Fragrance Graham. He's calling you in. This is the cult of man. This is masculinity. He's calling you to cape for him because he can't make his own argument, and the expectation is that you are going to uphold patriarchy by just answering his question and covering for him. Like, if he was to essay a girl, he would call you to cover for him. He would expect you to do it.
See,
That's what
that's your
patriarchy
fallacy
is.
right there. You
Hold on a second.
immediately attribute.
Hold on a second. I'm just telling you what would happen. It's still not on you. Go ahead, Mr. Fragrance. Don't run from this. So did y'all all look up what
I'm
hills look
running. I'm
like?
saying yeah.
Did y'all all look up what hills look like? Did y'all all Google it real fast?
Yeah, I did. Never seen.
Does that look like hills that we still wear today?
No.
It do. It's booties. Those are literally booties.
Booties. No, they don't. They don't really look like them.
So this is it, y'all. Now we just at the nuh-uh. He first
You
he
know,
first hold on, Mr. Fragrance, because first he said hills weren't originally made for men.
that's what I thought. But you're
Hold
right
on,
about that. You're right
Marlon.
about that, but they don't look like they
Marlon,
were made.
hold on a second.
They don't look like one.
Hold on 1 second. Marlon, please go
I'm
Google it.
speaking though.
Tell me
But
you ain't see a baddie in those.
you have
Tell
the
me
right to mute me though. Because you can't
dumb.
mute me.
Hold on, boo. Them the
You
Lyme
can't mute
disease
me though.
sevens.
I can't mute you.
Them the Lyme disease sevens.
Aye,
Those,
aye, aye.
those are kitten hills. Thank you, Rita. That's a better way. That's about those are kitten heels. Yeah, they were originally made for men,
Yeah,
and
but they
they
look
got even
masculine though.
and no, they
It
you
was
but
probably for them to feel more masculine
I
because
got
men in the
you. I'm
19s
glad
or
you said
whatever.
that. I'm
Oh
glad you
my
said that.
days, take that
I'm
camera.
glad you said
Don't
that.
show your face. Oh my days, what a gremlin.
This is where we at with it now. So he got destroyed in the argument, and he automatically went to insults. Said, "Don't show my face. I look like a gremlin, sir. You can't make me feel bad. I love myself. What are you talking about, y'all?" But this is what I mean when I say masculinity is fragile. Because the minute that I said heels were made for men, no, they weren't. He said no, they weren't. Then I told him go look it up. He went to go. He wasn't going to look it up. I had to force him to go look it up. So he was okay with sticking firmly in his belief. He went to go look it up. Go look up these fucking hills. Yeah, they got clogs and all of that. They got the 5 inch thick, like they the men was stepping in they lemon pepper steppers. Like it's okay. It's okay, sir. Them shits, look at them shits. Don't look like them shits look like they was made out of the finest cave lining. Like they was masculine because they was hard. See that, but that's the thing. Like Marlon say he's shocked. Yeah, I'm just that's the thing though, because things that were considered masculine at one point in time, it has shifted. Pole dancing started in China with men for acrobats because masculinity and femininity are social constructs. As society shifts, so will the things that are deemed masculine and feminine. And this is a hard concept for a lot of men to take on because they've based their identity in their views of masculinity. And this is why when you call them out on certain things, Fatal Pose, I think it was Fatal Pose that pointed it out to me. When you
May I
when
may
it
I ask you?
one
It
second, I got you. Let me just finish my sentence. Fatal Pose is the one who pointed it out to me. When you say certain things to certain men, they get up in arms, and even if it's not that bad, they feel like it's attacking their ego and their masculinity because they've based their identity in their masculinity. It's like calling a white tea person racist. They've based their identity in racism. So they don't think that they're racist. This is just who they are. And they somehow convince themselves that they are a great person or a good person or a kind person despite them being racist. These are the motherfuckers that will go spend thousands of dollars to save dogs while chasing a black man down in their car with pew pews. What's up, Grim? What's the question you want to ask?
I ain't gonna hold you. I straight disagree with your ass. You are,
Why are you so
you
personal
know,
with that? We having a conversation.
outreaching. You're reaching a
I'm not
little bit.
cursing. I'm not cursing. I'm not yelling. Relax. Calm down. There's no need for all
No,
that.
I'm not cursing it at all either.
Okay?
I'm just saying, like, you're really reaching for a construct of opinion that
Those
doesn't
words
really
don't
make
even
that
go
much
together.
sense.
Those words don't even go together in a sentence. You're trying to sound smart. Just bring it
No,
down to.
actually,
I will meet you,
construct,
sir. I will meet
opinion,
you at your level.
if you add them together, it's like an opinion.
What's the question you want to
I'm
ask?
not trying to.
I find it odd that you said I have a question and then you started attacking my
I
intellect.
find it odd that you put yourself.
Let's try this again. You said I have a question to ask you. I said, "What's your question?" And then you started attacking my intellect. It seems like you never had a question. You just wanted to attack my intellect. So let's reroute because you're struggling with your impulse control. Let's reroute. What was the
Here,
question?
actually, when
Let's
I
rechange it up.
reinforced my own opinion, I didn't attack you at all. You attacked yourself with my own, where I introspected my own opinion, and you got mad and
Interjected. You
focused on yourself.
interjected. You interjected your own opinion, not introspected.
Oh my good lord!
Introspection is looking
Listen,
within.
ma. Listen, ma.
Hmm.
You not better at the English language than me. I ain't
The
gonna
English, you
lie to you.
right?
You not.
Okay. I'm not better than whom?
No, you not better at English language than me. Like, don't sit there and insinuate like an opinion or your
Can you just
victimized personality. Relax. Get them little jail ass glasses off your face. Real shit. Cause I
First
was
of
in
all, he
Attica
got.
and all
Okay,
that.
I got
I'm a
you.
big
I
dog.
got
Like
you.
you
He still hasn't asked the question. It's been almost like 5 minutes. He still hasn't asked the question. Now he did now because he said he had a question. The first thing he did was attack my intellect. Then he started attacking my vocabulary. Now he's attacking my glasses. You want to do my teeth? I got an overbite. The niggas don't complain.
damn, it's crazy that you so mad that I like all right, so me and you have a
They
beef, right?
calling you emotional in the comments. Can you just ask the
All right,
question?
so what? They aren't unintelligent. First of all, if you was actually intelligent, your first line of defense wouldn't be to gargle and say I suck dick good, and definitely you wouldn't shake your titties around. So don't sit here and like, you know, do that. Don't sit here and act like you're like some exemplary woman that men die to find. You're not the fairy tale woman.
No, and he about to try to keep coming for
See,
me.
oh, what? Listen, don't look for other people to.
He going to try to keep disrespecting me from head to toe. He going to find something every time. I got a double chin too. I don't know if you see it. Don't forget the double chin. Is my lace showing?
Don't forget your ass ain't gonna have EBT in the last couple years.
What does that mean for what does that mean for hundreds of thousands of black boys?
You know
Grim,
what's
why are
crazy?
you attacking her like that?
Why? Why?
Leave it alone. Let him, cause he can't,
No,
cause
no, no. What I want to know.
he got cooked. He didn't even speak much, and he got cooked in the first thing he said regarding the
Damn,
intellectual
hold
conversation.
on.
Regarding the intellectual conversation, what does it say? It says Teresa. So because
Yes.
he knows that he doesn't have the range for this conversation, the only thing that he can do is this. This is the perfect example of what it's like being in a relationship with a narcissistic male. When you come to him and say, "Babe, you don't take out the trash enough. Babe, you don't take me out enough. Babe,
You don't get to make relationship this.
we don't go on dates anymore." This is what it looks like.
You don't even have a man.
This is what it looks like.
How do you know she doesn't have a man?
Obviously, you can tell.
So how come you don't uncover your face so we can see the real you? Why do you gotta hide behind a mask?
Oh my God. When was the conversation about what? So she gets to back out, hold no accountability for herself.
No,
Talk
she
shit
she
about me. Hold on. Check this out. Check this out.
The last thing he was supposed to do was ask me a question about the prompt. He hasn't done it yet.
Imagine a man having to deal with you.
It's 20 hand hearts to get
Imagine it.
out of here.
Imagine it.
Having to deal with
what
what?
is wrong with her?
What
Yo,
are
my
you
girl needs to go
talking
step
about?
on a scale.
Imagine having to deal with her
Go
mouth,
step on a scale,
her
my girl.
strong personality, and then you are gonna go out of your way to go get a ring for her.
No, I have a very strong personality myself
Hold on,
too.
Teresa. Hold on. I want to cry.
That's the reason why they have
Hold
no
on a second,
man.
y'all. Hold on. He said I got a strong personality. That was the kindest thing
I know it's
said to me.
crazy that you have to cry with no children to cry to because you'll.
That was the sweetest thing anybody ever said to me. I got a strong personality. It's not gonna go nowhere because it never goes anywhere with the men. Forever student. Both of the men up here. Grim came up here because he can't have the argument. He went straight to insults. Stunt just came straight on info. This is
Yeah, because you're talking a bunch of shit, man. Like,
what thing
honestly.
was specifically shit.
First of all,
What thing was
I have
specifically shit.
more of an argument with you, bro, because you're softer
I think
than
this
she
man
is.
like to
She's a
come up here.
woman,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on.
You to agree with her, bro.
Hold
You
on. I think this
are
man
like
like to
a
come up here and
certain pitiful type of man, bro.
wait, what you mean? Oh, you like me. Oh, Grim, you like me. Now you up here defending me from a man doing the same thing to me that you was just doing? That don't make sense. Mr. What's it called? I can't see that. Y'all ain't gonna be enough hearts to drop.
Mr. Flawless Grand Rising.
Yo, my
Okay,
girl, why did
that
you
one
go? Why did you go
word.
and show that like, oh, you're overbite or whatnot, and go straight to sexuality? Is that your only thing that's going for you right now?
What part? What are you talking about?
Just now when you was talking and then you were trying to make fun of
What did I
yourself,
say?
but
No, I didn't say that. What did I say before that?
about men love it or whatnot. You're overbite. So you're saying that's all they love, huh?
I ain't say nothing before that.
Yeah, straight from Toronto, brother. Yeah. So as I was saying, why were
I
you
was about to
sexualizing
interrupt you,
yourself?
bro.
Why were you sexualizing yourself
She's
just now when
American,
Grim?
bro. She doesn't even go for that Toronto accent shit.
No, Grim. But
You are,
why was she sexualizing herself just now when you asked her the question?
bro. Nobody listens to Canadians in America, bro. I'm just gonna get, bro. We have our own relationship problems, bro. It's nothing that to do with you. You alright? Me, you alright, man?
I'm Canadian too, fam. You know what I mean?
Did you hear?
I'm Canadian too,
Did you hear
fam.
the new Drake?
The new what? Did you hear it?
Who?
That nigga said, "Did you hear the new Drake?" I had to drop the whole pedal. Yo, maybe I should have did Ottoman okay. This is crazy. Every time, no matter the prompt, every time this is what the men are doing. Every time. What was the other one that was supposed to be positive for women? It said women are women can do anything. The other one said single mothers are saving the world. It don't have to even be about men. They gonna do the same thing. I promise you. I could change the prompt for y'all in real time and y'all gonna see it. Well, let's try this one. They don't want to have conversations. What you're gonna see. I'm gonna hold on one second, Maya. I'm gonna invite you into the conversation. What you're gonna see is the men are not gonna come up here to have a conversation. They're gonna ask a bunch of questions. They're gonna say, "What do you mean? Explain your prompt to me." Even though the words are the words and they have an objective meaning, nothing changes. They're gonna do that. They're also going to ask me to explain myself. The main reason why they're coming up here is because they don't have access to women in their real life. So they don't want to be kind to women. They just want to be abusive. This is the only tool that they are having to be abusive to women. So no matter the conversation, no matter the prompt, no matter what's going on, they're going to come and try to be abusive. So I want you guys to understand that this is all that they have now. They've always been abusive, but they don't have access to women anymore. Women are pulling back. Just watch. Listen, you could do two things. You could say I'm rage baiting and I'm lying and I'm making the shit up, or you can sit up here and observe. That's what you can do. You can sit up here and observe. What's up,
Yo, them
Maya?
guys talk so slow. Oh my God, I was having a stroke.
I'm sorry I didn't hear
Um,
you.
Nana, that those guys talk so slow. I was having a stroke.
You seen the hills? That was you, right?
Yeah.
Like them shit's
But yeah, I
fire.
just wanted to discuss two things, like, because
This was fire. Come on. I see a few
Mm.
of the things I put on right now.
Yo, I'm like, yo, what? Ain't no way. I was like, there's no fucking way.
What did that make you think though? Based off of your
Nah,
perception of
that you,
masculinity and then seeing that hills were originated for men, what did that make you think? Because I know
yeah, nah, that there's a lot of constructs that we do like take for granted, and we don't even think about them. We just solidify them in our minds.
it's the
And
program.
but I do have like a discussion about that. Like, 'cause me, I like girly girls, and like feminine, and say that they start acting masculine. That's like a turn off. Would that not be the same for women if they see a man with their nails painted? Will they not lose interest?
No, punk rock people paint their nails all the time. What, this is a you problem, right? You said you like your girls super feminine. But as you've seen with the example of the Hills tip were originally considered masculine. So what you perceive as a feminine woman is actually surrounded around children. So the things that are most feminine, women being extremely skinny and petite, that's children. Because they see children as weak and they like to infantilize women. That's why you hear men say, "Oh, I got a girl."
Infantilize women?
We having a conversation. You don't have to jump in. You if you don't agree with what I'm saying, you could just sit there and think about it until I get there. So that's why a lot of times in our world you will hear men say like, "Oh, that's my girl," or "I got a girl," or instead of saying I got a woman," or that's also why you hear a lot of men on the podcast saying that a woman reaches her peak at 25. Because that is when that's when the prefrontal cortex develops. So
Fully matured. Yeah.
so the sign that she actually is a woman, that is the age that men stop liking women. That's when they want them. That's when they stop liking women regarding age. So your ideas of what's feminine, like being skinny, being hairless, those are all things that are related to children. And this is something that was introduced, I think I want to say 18th or 17th century England, by one of them fucking weird ass white tea kings. That was something that they started saying was a preference. Even with like the shaving your legs commercials, I think that was like I want to say 1920s. No, I'm sorry, not even 1920s. I don't even know why I said that. I want to say like the 1960s, it got really popular to shave your legs as women because men like hairlessness because it relates or reduces a woman down to childlike.
Do you shave?
Hey, can I say something?
I don't understand
Bro.
why y'all coming off mute in the middle of our conversation. So just be patient. Just let Marlon respond to what he heard me say. And so that's the programming, Marlon. The programming is
Yeah,
to
no, no, I agree. And like most of these people, this podcast, they're talking about 25, all that. Most of them, they don't even have a choice. They date what they can date. You feel me? And that's just something that people don't even mention too. Like there's just a lot of stigma.
they do have a choice in the sense that that mindset of wanting to date younger typically is it's a pipeline. It encourages older men to date younger, and then what they start doing is grooming little girls. So they start grooming them at 12, 13, 14, around there. Maybe some younger sometimes, and because they don't have access to those girls out in the world, they have access to them when they are their daughters, their nieces, their cousins, their sisters, and that's why CSA, child sexual assault, typically happens at the hands of men that are related to the little girls. It's typically their uncles, their cousins, their brothers. 90% of incest is committed by fathers. So masculinity is extremely fragile because it's conditioned. It's socialized in. It's not.
Could I speak now, please?
I already told you when you could. I said after Marlon and I have our conversation, you're struggling with impulse control. That's not very masculine.
Yeah, no, no, it's cool. It's cool.
I
You
told
can talk, bro. Like cause she explained that very well to me, and I agree with a lot of things that she says. Actually, like there's
I
just a
just,
lot of things that we just
now we
put
got the
into our
other one coming
brains.
off mute. I can't. I'm gonna just drop both of y'all and I'm gonna have the conversation with Marlon because y'all coming off mute after I already set the boundaries and gave y'all the parameters in which you will be allowed to speak is odd behavior. I thought y'all were the logical ones. What's going on? And Marlon, you don't give him permission, and you shouldn't give him permission after he interrupted you several times. You shouldn't even be okay giving him permission. But that's neither here nor there. Go ahead, whatever your name is.
It's Debo. Again, good morning to you and Marlon as well.
Morning, sir.
All right. Now, I see the
Why you
prophet
calling him
says
sir?
masculinity is fragile.
Marlon, why you calling? That's that patriarchal bullshit. Why you calling him sir? As much as he's interrupted you,
But what is wrong? But what is wrong?
hold on a
Why do
second.
you have
As
a
much as he interrupted you, as much as he disrespected, hold on, Marlon. I'm gonna teach you how to woman up, right? Don't man up, woman up.
No, I don't feel disrespected. I'm just that's just how
You
I
don't.
speak,
You
you know,
don't.
like
That's
military culture and all that.
exactly military culture is hazing. That man just hazed you up here. He done disrespected you and violated you, and you see him as masculine for it because you view masculinity as something that
I
is
mean,
not. In real time. In real
yeah, no,
time.
I don't feel disrespected, but I think he was being respectful actually. But
I got you. Well, I'm gonna drop you down since you down. What do you got? Any more questions before I move? I got it.
nah, no problem. If anything, I'll request it.
All right.
And I hit follow and everything too.
Got you. There we go. What's up, Jim?
Hello, how's it going?
Let me get to Jim, and then I'm gonna get to you, Appaloosa.
Say it
What's
again,
up?
sorry.
So here's what I
Let
got
me
to
press
say.
the gram, and then I'll get to you. Go on mute. Y'all be having background noise. I don't know who it is. Yes, it's you, Appaloosa. What's up, Jim?
What up? So I take it back. So
Nope. I just want the shit on you, like you tried to shit on me. What's up, Apple user?
Hello, is there still background noise?
It's not that bad now that he's off mute.
Yeah. I'm just outside. I don't know if it's the wind or something. I don't know. Okay. It's how is male masculinity or how is masculinity fragile? Male masculinity specifically.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this all night. I mean, all morning. Rita, you gonna come up here with me? You wanna be my comfort friend?
Yeah, I don't know. You have another host that you would like to invite on? I'm a sincere person. If that helps.
No, I got you. My fault. I'm just looking at what I was supposed to be bringing up. I love you so much. I got you, Apple. I got you, Apple. Just
I
get
see some.
Yeah.
I got both of y'all. Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to open up some of my notes.
Okay.
Got you.
I'll be good.
I love you so much, Rita. You are so beautiful and amazing and intelligent and kind.
Morning, Booker Butts. I'm on my way. Yep,
Yeah.
I'm getting ready for the angry nurses and teacher meeting. So
Good
it's
luck.
it's the meeting where a man stands in front of the room and say, "Why can't you bitches teach for less?" And we all just sit there with our arms folded and say, "You teach these kids, then."
And then he would never dare accept the payment that he's trying to make y'all accept if he had
Right, because he's a fucking lawyer.
There you go. There it is. And boom goes the dynamite. Now.
Yeah.
All right, Rita. I'm gonna get to them. I just feel better with one of y'all up here.
Okay.
Especially you. And you know you can chime in and ask questions whenever you want.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
crash out. Or crash out. Before
Yep.
you get to make you feel better.
I see some.
Actually, it's on Apple user. You conceded your turn when you dropped down. I don't know why. I mean, when I had to drop you, you kept interrupting.
Okay.
All right. So my views of masculinity is you want to know what my views of masculinity are or how it's fragile.
Sure. Or why that you think masculinity is fragile?
Because it causes more harm to men than it benefits them.
And why would you say that? How I consider myself masculine, and I think it benefits me. It doesn't harm me.
Are you married?
Personal question, but
You don't have to. I'm gonna just tell you, as a woman who strongly believes in consent, you don't have to answer, and you can say
yeah,
that.
I don't believe in any sort of anything outside of marriage. If that helps.
So you a virgin.
So, I might be.
That's okay. That's okay. But considering yourself masculine and being a virgin is contradictory as fuck. Because men are.
I wouldn't say so. I would never. I think it makes me more masculine.
I would listen. Let me finish and then you can respond.
Okay.
It's actually masculine to be a 304.
It's more. Say it again.
Masculine to be a 304.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Your Royal Oats humping on mad women, catching STDs and spreading them.
Yeah, I have a memory when I was a kid and I was in the grocery store with my dad. I remember him picking up a magazine and looking at it with a half-naked girl on it, and it bothered me. So I wouldn't find it very masculine to just, be a 304.
You consider yourself a Christian? I don't do religion. I'm just
No,
curious.
I'm not a Christian. No,
So you actually would be considered feminine. You're not. You're not a
I don't
Christian.
agree.
Are you white tea? Hold on a second. Are you white tea?
What's that?
White.
Oh, am I white? No, I'm Kurdish. It's an ethnic group in the Middle
Oh
East.
yeah, you are already feminine.
How?
Hegemonic masculinity says that you need to be white tea, you need to be rich, you need to be a man, and you need to be cisgendered, and you need to be a 304. I'm playing the
You're,
304.
I don't. That's not how I view masculinity.
That's not, but that's the thing because masculinity is ever shifting. That's actually one of the other reasons why I think it's fragile.
No, I don't. My masculinity for me has been set in stone. I do follow religion, by the way. Masculinity has been set in stone.
So how are you going to raise your children if you can't be nurturing?
What do you mean by nurturing?
Nurturing is not a masculine trait.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't think I have to nurture my children. That's my wife's job.
There you go. So already you have a mindset that's going to make a woman leave you.
No, I can help her out, right? Maybe she's stressed or tired. I can help her out. Maybe she needs.
What is the benefit of giving your kids 8 hugs a day?
Say it again, brother. They're gonna crave their mother. She's the one who's, breastfeeding them. She's the one weaning them.
This is what your ideals of masculinity is already so damaging. As a woman, and I have children. As a woman with children, I'm telling you, the way that you're viewing what is your perceived role as a father already, the standards that you've set for yourself, extremely damaging, not just to the mother but to the children. You are already going to be a harmful father and a horrible husband.
Here, this is why I don't agree. I think my job is to provide security to my family, to make sure they have food, to make sure they have a roof over their home. I mean, their head, a home to live in. That's my job.
Who did
If I accomplish that, I can tend to household duties as a bonus.
that? And you're not Christian. I'm so confused as to who told you that you were supposed to provide a home. Who told you that?
I'm Middle Eastern, so men are providers.
Oh yeah, I don't even think I'm gonna be able to have this conversation with you. Don't y'all be having a watch in the house? Can't whistle outside with dancing boys?
No, she's definitely you're not outside. We don't know where you get this from.
We get it from Afghanistan banning windows. Don't play with us.
I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true.
Lying-ass niggas. Once you lie to me, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I've been to the Middle East, right?
You just said you are Middle Eastern.
I was getting a phone call, so let me text somebody. I'm getting a phone call. I have to text them. I'll be 1 second.
The funniest thing about this, the prompt was written before most of us were born by men. They don't read.
I'm back.
Hold on 1 second, Apple. Rita was saying something, then you could chime in.
Oh,
Okay.
no, that was all I was saying. It's also a happy 40th anniversary to the concept hegemonic masculinity.
Happy 40th anniversary.
Yeah,
Shout out. I know y'all don't all, but shout out to Wireless Woman for being the first woman to teach me about it.
Yeah. I'll give you all my values of masculinity if you want.
You'll give me your what?
I'll give you all my values of what I believe
You don't
is
have to do that.
masculinity.
You're gonna sound like every man that ever opened his mouth. I promise you. You don't need to do that. You ain't saying that.
You don't know my values.
Y'all see how he just said I don't know his values and he about to say all of them shits that we've already heard? Go ahead. I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay, number one, a man is a sole provider. Even if his wife earns, he still has to be a sole provider because that's a responsibility that, that's a responsibility that.
Go ahead.
I don't want to say God, but that's a sacred
groundbreaking.
Apple,
Okay.
Rita, you are amazing. They already saying, "Oh my God," and laughing in the comments because I already told you didn't have to do that.
That's just one. I haven't
sole
finished.
provider, protector.
Yeah, someone honest, someone who doesn't lie, someone who's honest, sincere to himself first, someone who's not manipulative, dishonest, someone who fears harming his family.
You're saying the
right?
same thing.
What's wrong with these values? Someone who is,
Profound.
That's honest.
someone who is good with his emotions and his desires.
You
right?
trust
He just
me.
not
You want to talk so bad. Like, oh my God.
okay.
You not nowhere near ready for dating and marriage if you want to be this fucking toxic. I just want you to know that. But
What am I toxic about what I said?
saying honest, not a manipulator, and doesn't lie is literally the same thing. So you're just trying to put mad things in one spot
No.
to describe this one thing that you don't.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, what else? Masculinity is sole provider, protective, honest.
Yeah.
What else?
It's fearing harming your family, right? Uh,
Right? The number one family under love is a man. We going matter of fact,
fear
let's
harming
fix
them,
your
right?
list. Fearing not harming your family. Fearing harming your family.
Yep. It's someone who controls his desires, who's not just looking at every single girl that passes by.
This is bullshit.
You don't agree with these?
All right, let's stop. We're gonna stop there. So the first one, masculinity, sole provider. That's what a masculine man does. He's the sole provider, right?
Don't look at girls. Girls are children.
Okay, women. You don't look at women, the opposite gender. Adult women only. Obviously, I'm referring to adult women only. You don't look at adult.
Obviously, don't say. Oh, thank you. Don't say obviously because the Freudian slip exists for a reason. We know you like girls, nigga. That's it. Ain't no walking around that.
That's just what we. I don't know.
That was a Freudian slip. That was you told on yourself.
Mind, I'm picturing,
Don't get mad at us for we just doing what we supposed to do.
Yeah, but that's just an
Y'all
assumption.
said choose better. Y'all said
Now
better.
you're just assuming.
So we had to learn the psychological things that y'all be using. So let's get to it, right? So you said masculine man is a sole provider. That is not a masculine man. That is an abusive man.
How is that abusive?
Because the first thing that y'all do when y'all are the sole providers is use that.
You owe her that. How can you use something? How can you use something?
How are you asking me a question and not letting me answer it? You
answer. Sorry. I'm
the
sorry.
conversation. You don't want to have the conversation.
Hey, I'm sorry. My apologies.
It is a known fact that men who are the sole providers typically isolate the woman and use that money and use that ability to be the sole provider to financially abuse them. It's a known fact. It is like a power dynamic thing that men have been doing since the beginning of time. That is literally why y'all made it so that women didn't have the right to own homes or have cars or driver's licenses, bank accounts. All of that is so that y'all could isolate the woman, force her to be in proximity to the man, and then abuse her and the children.
Okay.
That is a known fact. So being a sole provider is not actually being a sole provider is masculine, because masculinity and abuse are two sides of the same coin.
Okay. When I say sole provider,
you got that. Masculinity is being a sole provider is masculinity. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, but when I think it's an obligation for the man, and if it's an obligation to do something, you should never hold it. Yeah, you shouldn't hold it against them.
Obligation. It doesn't have to be. Y'all could just let women work.
No, she can work, as long as I'm happy with what she's doing.
You know what I'm saying? That's masculine. But that.
What do you mean she can't go dance at the strip?
I think the thing that frustrates me the most, and I'm okay with saying it frustrates me, even though I know men get a rise out of us feeling emotions towards what they're doing. Hold on a second, yo, stop talking while I'm talking. The thing that frustrates me about it the most is this is the man that will come up here and make it seem like he's a kind man. What he is trying to describe to us as masculinity is actually shout out to Rita. Y'all stick around when y'all see Rita on the panel because she be coming with them bops, them hits, them words. He's describing benevolent patriarchy, the good patriarchy. But what did he say? She can work if I'm okay with what she does.
Yep.
Still controlling, still abusive. What did I say? The sole provider wants to do so he can be abusive. This man has already shown himself as an abusive man.
Okay, here I'll expand.
Worse than that. It's worse than that. He actually
I'll be as honest as I can about my.
He actually.
Let me tell you something. Rita's my mom. Don't talk when she's talking. We gonna get to you.
Yeah.
You don't have. Yo, I'm not gonna hold you. Stay. Don't come back up. Don't request back up. It's people in the queue been waiting here longer than you. You considered your turn when you decided to drop. I brought you back. Have some fucking. You should be thankful. You should be on your knees kissing my feet. for letting you back up here after you was being disrespectful the first time. But once you let them shan once, they're going to shan again. Go ahead, Rita. You were saying? You want to go
Yeah,
something?
he it's worse than that. He actually expressed a proclivity for femicide.
Oh, what did you?
Oh, because when the first job that you um forbid her from holding is dancing,
No,
you're
I'm
on
just
her alive.
I just use that
You're
as an
on her
example.
alive.
Yo, why are you talking while she, bro? Get it together. You wanted
Like
to
I can't
no no
explain
no no
what
no
I
no
meant.
no 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 no. Get it to fucking together. You wanted to cackle. You cackled when you said it. A
He
kiki.
laughed.
You cackled when you said it. A kiki kiki kiki. Unless she can have a job if I like the job if I'm cool. You wanted to. You it was funny, right? So now
Giggles
that
it.
people are seeing you for what you are and using that logic to determine the kind of man you will be,
Oh
you
my
can't.
god.
You're not comfortable with that. Sit in that shit. You a man, right? You said
Can I explain? Can
masculinity
I
was
explain?
somebody who was fearing of harming their family. If you feared so much of
Yes.
harming your family, and somebody told you that something that you said was an indicator that you are more likely to harm your family, if you feared it so much by your own masculine roles that you created for yourself, you would shut the fuck up and listen because you would be afraid that you are that kind of man, but you know you that kind of man and you don't give a fuck. So shut the fuck up and let Rita finish.
I was just gonna say the giggle was telling, but he giggled his way right on to page 4 of James Messerschmitt's Masculinities and Femicide, because that particular masculinity that he is describing and the locale of that particular masculinity that he is describing has a propensity for femicide, as do ours, but for different reasons. But he walked right into it.
Yeah, we came to eat you up, nigga. The fuck?
Can I speak now or no?
He don't care. This is the man that said he is a
He doesn't.
masculine man. Y'all, this is the man
I
that's
can tell you. I can honestly tell you what my view
I
truly is.
don't know why you still talking. I listened to that lady who used to be a spy for the FBI, and she said when you let them explain themselves, they're only doing it to further manipulate us. You over here with some pros, you can't manipulate shit over here. You are a case study. I don't know if you know that, sir. You are a case study because I know my analytics, and I know that most of the analytics I have are when it comes to my analytics, the most of the viewers I have are young women my
Mm.
age and under and my age and older. You are a case study, so I could show them how to choose better. The fuck? What you think you here for? You think somebody care about what you saying? Nobody can fuck with. They're a virgin. Bitches won't fuck you in real life. We gonna fuck you on this panel though, baby. Bend over, grab them ankles. Bend over, ho, show them butt cheeks. Let a nigga see them guts, freak. Touch the ground. Make that ass bounce up and down. Do a split. Do a split, baby. The fuck? Now back to business. As you were saying, Rita.
Oh, so as I was saying, um, so in the article, and it's a short article, and I think it's still free. You never know when ASR is going to take down the PDFs, but if the article is still free, it begins talking about masculinities, because he co-wrote Hegemonic Masculinity, by the way. But when he talks about the different masculinities, he talks about, it starts off with the sole provider.
Ooh,
And
I didn't
so
know
so
that.
yeah, and so sole provider femicide is related to, most of the time, when their property either is misbehaving or tries to leave.
Because if you are an object to a man, he sees you as a tool. Once his tool stop working, then he throws it away, or he gets rid of it. If you are a
Yes.
woman and he sees you as an object or a tool, if you stop doing what he wants, it is easy for him to throw you away. Be very
Let me know when it's
merciful.
my turn, please.
So let me know. Let me give you a further example of how much he will be a harm. He sees you warning women about the harms of men who are likely to unalive them, and all he wants to do is talk over me. So he
Yes.
don't give a fuck about the women he will be with. He don't give a fuck about the kids he will make, but he don't give a fuck about y'all either. He don't give a fuck about y'all. He don't give a fuck about me warning y'all. He don't give a fuck about keeping women safe because he will be the one to harm them.
It's worse than not giving a
That's why
fuck.
he's
It's
hiding
actually
behind a fake name and no picture. Cause he watch the mask is slipping.
it's worse than not giving a fuck. It's outright contempt.
He hate women, but
Can I
he hates
talk?
women. He hates women because he can't get access to them, but he can't get access to them because he
I
hate
just
women.
wait.
You
I'm
didn't go
engaged,
to
by the
school
way.
because you didn't get
So
a
you know.
degree. You didn't get a degree because you didn't go to get a job. You didn't get a job because you didn't go to school. Fuck. Stay away from them, especially them Kurdish niggas.
By the way,
Them
I'm
little
engaged, by
Kurdish
the way, just
niggas.
so you know.
Nowadays,
But yeah,
you're engaged, but you're doing lines off your fucking table right now.
I don't do any drugs.
Go ahead, Rita. You were saying
oh,
you don't
but
have nothing
yeah,
to
so
say.
he talks about how men in these subjugated countries seek to redeem their masculinity by subjugating women. And when they feel that their masculinity has been slighted by one of these women that they're supposed to subjugate, they unalive them.
I have a few
I feel like
articles.
you guys are just making stuff up.
It sounds like I'm quoting James Messerschmidt, and if you could spell it, you could Google it.
I got it in J.W. Messerschmidt.
Yep.
Well,
Is he
then,
in? Is that the one in Maine or the one in Maryland? I get them
This
mixed
is the
up.
one in University of Southern Maine, professor of
Okay.
sociology.
Okay. So Michael Messner is in Maryland.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get this article for free.
If not, let me know. I got it annotated on my MacBook.
Damn, I closed it. I got you.
nothing.
Thank you, Rita.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
This is better than that PhD do, ain't it?
Yep. It's just so funny. I think you made that up. Okay.
I'm not looking to educate him on anything either. I'm not looking at that. Oh, they do have the PDF. Let me just get that.
Yep.
Bing bong boom bong bing bong bam. The type of shit we on you wouldn't understand. Oh God, it feels so good to be a beautiful black woman. It feels so good to be smarter than these white mediocre niggas. I
Like
said,
once you read that article, almost everything they say is gonna throw a red flag. Especially the stuff about household labor.
But this is a professor of sociology, quantitative sociology review.
I think Michael Messner is a criminologist. Actually, he studies violent crime.
Okay.
I think I get them mixed up because I just called him Michael Messner because of the messes in their names. But I think Messner. Okay. Because he wrote Masculinity and Crime.
Yeah, so he's a professor of sociology, criminology, and economics department at the University of Southern Maine. In addition to over 50 articles and book chapters, he has authored 11 books, most recently Masculinities in the Making and Crime as Structured Action, Doing Masculinity, Race, Class, Sexuality, and Crime. Damn. Yeah, and I got the PDF. Wait, is it? No, this is not the PDF. I don't think, this is just... No, I think I'm gonna need you to help me get that.
Okay.
Just throw it in the Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Apple. Say something profound about how you're not the kind of person that you say, "Oh, just call us bitches."
I'll tell you exactly the type of person I am. My beliefs, views, 100% honesty. I don't mind, but you have to ask.
Huh?
Can you ask a question so I can answer it or no?
Are you touching yourself right now?
I'm outside. I'm in my backyard.
You don't want your mother to hear this?
Say it again?
You don't want your mother to hear this?
What do you mean? I wouldn't... yeah, if my mom heard this, I wouldn't mind.
Where you from?
I live in Canada.
What part?
A part of Canada.
All right, tell me a little bit about yourself. She uploaded that shit mad quick.
I'm 26.
The fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Who in Q? I think we had some people in Q. That's crazy. I don't want to hear that shit. You're a weirdo. Oh, nobody in Q no more? Oh, well. I don't want to hear that shit. All right, so he said a sole provider. I'm going to just tell y'all, as women, I know it seems like a good thing that men say, oh God, I be so, with the Muslim names be scaring me because they be the most misogynistic too. Um, any man that says he wants you to be a traditional woman or what's up, Ashlyn? You gotta throw me in the AirPod. You gotta throw me in the earbud for the one time. Oh God. Any man that says he wants to be a sole provider, typically when it comes to stay-at-home mothers, that's the women that get like financially abused the most, because they can decide. There's a saying: if you allow a man to feed, if you give a man the power to feed you, you give him the power to starve you. So, for the young women that's listening in, for the older women who may be married and are experiencing it, start pushing out that content about it. If you're experiencing it, push out the content about it. Younger women who are in age gap relationships, if you starting to see the abusive ways, start putting out that content about it while we still got the internet and the power to spread the word. Start putting it, they heavily rely on us not having the ability to talk about these things as women. I want y'all to know I can't remember the dynasty, and I said it earlier in my last live yesterday. I can't remember which dynasty it was. I think it was like only like 300 years ago. There was a whole community of women in China who created a separate language in which they could talk about the way that men are oppressing them. And this is not, look, this is the same country that was unaliving baby girls because they wanted more boys. And now, what number they at, Rita? Boys to men, boys to women? What's the ratio?
Is it 40,000, 100,000?
I think so. I think it's 105 males per 100 females. That's crazy. Y'all was really out here like unaliving little girls just because you ain't want them. They don't see us as people. Imagine doing that. There are 30 to 40 million more men than women in China. Our government is so stupid that they intend on doing some of the same similar things in the way that they are preventing women from having bodily autonomy, that they don't think about the damage that they're about to do.
And they also did it because they wanted a certain demographic to have more babies. And that demographic immediately went and got their shit shut off to the tune that the number of elective sterilizations went up 50% in one fucking year.
In America?
Yes. The women with the most
America.
access to reproductive health care said, fuck this shit, I'm out, and shut they shit down.
And I want y'all to know that white tea women got access to reproductive health care by scapegoating black women. They had women like Margaret Sanger. They said the best way to unalive an N-word is in the womb. And so they gave us access to ABs because they wanted us to unalive, or AB. They wanted us to terminate our pregnancies. And so once they made it a law for us, it automatically became a law for white tea women, and then they got to be able to have ABs. So y'all now know the tactics in which they use. They scapegoat one person so that they could benefit. So what do you think that means when we look at it on a larger scale? What does it mean when we scapegoat migrants? Who do they really want to get rid of? Anyway, Mr. Soul Provider. Mr. Soul Provider. What's up, Mahmood?
Hello.
Sound like the same. It's gonna be copy and paste. Hey, did you want to respond to the prompt?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to kind of get what you were saying across. Yeah. What do you mean masculinity is fragile?
You gotta look it up, Boogie Butts. I want to see your intellectual prowess. You
No,
are the logical one.
I'm asking you what you're trying to.
You're a logical leader. You're a logical leader. You shouldn't want me, the weak, lowly, unintelligent woman, the female, to tell you what I think. You should mansplain it to me.
No, but I think we can have an intellectual conversation.
On my prompt. Man spread on my prompt.
I'm just asking you what you meant by your prompt.
Conversation. You gotta tell me what it means, and then we'll have the conversation.
Here, let me Google it for you.
Good job. Good boy. Hey, the good boy. Hey, the good mama so proud of you. Good job. Put it on and
Okay,
make
a set of cultural and cultural behaviors and what else? A bunch of cultural norms and things about things that we associate with men slash boys.
that. You just got the definition for masculinity?
Yeah,
Oh,
I read it out to you.
okay. I thought you wanted me to explain the whole prompt. Did you look up fragile masculinity?
No, I just wanted you to because I thought you meant something else by your prompt. Like,
So
what do
you
you
know
mean,
what? Oh, so you know
like?
what fragility is.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. So, but you ain't know what the word masculinity meant.
Yeah,
Not
they don't want to
not
look
the
up fragile
definition.
masculinity because they're scared they're gonna agree.
That's what it is. I'm just wait. Oh, not you in the queue. Go
How
ahead.
is okay? So how is masculinity fragile?
You ain't look up the whole thing. You just looked up masculinity.
Yeah. Okay.
You're a man. I would think that you already knew what masculinity meant.
I'm just asking you what you mean. Why are you giving me a hard
I'm
time?
using the term. This is a topic that already exists. I'm
So you're
just.
saying
I'm
okay. So you're saying masculinity is fragile. Like, can you? Usually, people have a certain prompt or like
You
a
can
talking point.
Google fragile masculinity
Mm-hmm.
and read the absolutely wonderful male scholars that have written about it.
He don't. He want. This is why he didn't look up the whole term fragile masculinity or masculinity is fragile. It's like you said. One, he doesn't want to read it and agree, but he wants me to explain it so that he can argue each and everything I say, because he doesn't actually
Exactly.
want to have a conversation. He just wants to argue. So my views on it is Mahmoud. My views on it is this, right? I think that masculinity hurts men, right? Because it teaches men to not be vulnerable. So then they can't be vulnerable with their children, their family, their friends, which leads to the male loneliness epidemic. I think that it teaches them emotional suppression and stoicism, which is also harmful for you because studies show that if you suppress your emotions, it can actually have physical repercussions, such as what is the word I'm looking for? Uh, immunodeficiency, immune diseases.
Immune.
Immunosuppressive diseases.
Immunosuppressive diseases. Thank you. Then it creates roles that men feel like they must fulfill, and so when they don't feel like they fit those roles, they feel inadequacy or like shame around inadequacy.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bunch of those things. So that's what it means. Like masculinity is fragile because it has these repercussions for men, but it's also fragile because when men feel like their masculinity has been attacked, it leads to them feeling rejected, and then they feel angry and volatile, and often when men feel rejected, it leads to violence against the person that rejected them. So that's why I say masculinity is fragile.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I disagree with what you kind of said. You kind of said that.
This ain't a motherfucking test. What I said? What I said? He wanted me to real time. All this shit written down in real time. Is written down. In real time is written down. I wish I could fucking show y'all my. In real time is written down. What I said. What I said. He don't want to have a conversation. He just want to argue with me.
Yep.
No, that's
What did I say? Hold on, I'm not done. I'm
okay.
not done. What did I say? He didn't. Rita said it. He didn't want to look it up because he was afraid he would agree. I literally just wrote down for you word for word what the men wrote. I didn't read it word for word, but what the men wrote who studied this. I read to you what the men wrote. I these are educated sociologists,
Mm-hmm.
psychologists.
Mm-hmm.
You're disagreeing with, not
Yeah,
me. I got you. I got you. Hold on, I got you. What did I say he was going to do, y'all? I said he ain't come up here to have a conversation. He just wants to argue. He
I
just
am.
wants to disagree.
I'm trying
Because
to.
men are what? Contrarian. Men are what? Contradicting. There's no. This is the patriarchy. This is masculinity. It's anti-intellectual. It is a refusing education. It is arguing with women just to fucking argue with women, just to be contradictory. Because they are programmed to believe that they should be arguing with you. They have to reject information, not because they have a logical reason, but just to reject information. I told y'all, he didn't really want to hear what I had to say. He was going to
No,
argue.
I thoughtfully listened, and I'm trying to tell you why I disagree with what you provided.
I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me. Damn, Rita, you be cooking, and you just standing outside the kitchen. How you do that? Y'all, I want y'all to know that when you educate a black woman, you educate a community. And Rita fucking educates me all the time. I am in community with black women who are always giving me the tools to have these fucking conversations. Girl, I could glaze you. I could glaze you. I could glaze you. As Juneteenth be saying. Shout out to Juneteenth, y'all.
I'm doing her thing. I'm making coffee right now before I get on the highway.
I'm telling you. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have
I
the
won't.
day you deserve. Don't do that.
I might, because a lot of these times when I go to this meeting, I just sit there and laugh at this point. Because you're gonna have the veterans that know that we're there for nothing, and then you're gonna have the young women who just finished grad school or just became teachers, and they think that this is going to be a constructive day, and either I'm going to feel sorry for them or I'm going to laugh at them.
Not they coming with hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
I hate when I start somewhere new and I'm fresh and dreamy and happy and shit, and it ain't never gave that.
Yep, they finna dash them teachers all their hopes against the rocks.
I'm trying to pull this up before I let you explain your thing. I want to be able to write it down. All right.
Yeah. But it's just funny because they have studied fragile masculinity to the point that it can predict elections, to the point that they have made scales out of it. So one such scale is the expectancy discrepancy threat model. In other words, and this is again psychology. In other words, when there is a discrepancy in what they expect as men, it is perceived as a threat to their masculinity, and they are going to engage in some type of behavior to recover that masculinity. And if you are a woman or a child, you do not want to be in the room when that happens.
Oh, Dr. Julio, you can go on about your business. I'm not about to deal with no pseudo intellectual who say on his page he's not a real doctor. Dr. Julio, as a black man, you've created broken homes, and then you come online and talk about the single mothers you created. Move around, and you light skinned. No shame to light skin. I'm just saying, move around, get out my queue. Go on about your business, Bookie Boo. Go get your attention from somewhere else. Clock it, Rita. All right, Mahmoud, go ahead and tell me.
Okay, you said that masculinity kind of makes men feel forced that they have to be a certain type of way, so they have to, like for example, provide for their spouse, provide for their house, stuff like that, right? And that causes them inadequacy if they don't complete it, right? That's what you said?
Make your point.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying that I agree with that. I think that's a normal response. I think that a man...
What the part you said I disagree, and then start telling me what you agree with. Please tell me what you disagree with. I don't even know why.
I disagree that it's just like a bad thing. Like, I disagree that the thing about toxic masculinity is that...
Where does it say toxic on here?
That's what you implied when you said masculinity is fragile, so you're talking
about
masculinity in general. Thank you for the gifts, y'all. Thank you for the gifts.
I also want to
easy.
Masculinity. Okay.
Easy being greasy.
I also want to point out toxic masculinity lasted 6 years in academia before the veteran sociologists came and said, "Get that shit out of here. It's misogyny. Get it fucked."
Hippo booted that nigga out of here. Shout out to Hippo. Hippo be hitting the Cash App too, y'all. You know that blue sticker is the Cash App. if y'all want to put anything on it. But Hippo booted him up out of here. They tired of you. They said you corny, sir. I want you to know that was a man that got you the fuck up out of here. Cause real niggas do real things. Go ahead, Anonymous.
Do you know, I forgot I was sitting in this live. Do you know, you can just book me. I don't really have anything to say to you. Like, your emotional responses are no anything I want to speak to. So, yeah, you can just drop me.
My Shayla! My Shayla! You couldn't drop yourself? That's mad lazy. Like, come on.
I'm high as shit.
You said I'm what? I didn't hear you. What am I?
I'm high as shit.
The girl's damn sugar. Fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Reheating my coffee. It's a beautiful morning. He was mad as shit. He sat up here and heard Rita talking. He was like, "Oh, I can't do none of this. I ain't gonna do it." He already knew he couldn't hold up to it. The fuck? Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, it's macabre, but yeah, y'all gotta be quick because I'm still at work and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You sound like a quick man. You sound like a quick pumper.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, masculinity is fragile, right? But you know the disconnect you're gonna have with that with a lot of brothers out here is that when they see like words like fragile and emotional, we kind of like run from them words. So I would, you know what I'm saying, say you gotta say like easily damaged. You dig? But that's the truth though, because you know it gotta constantly be protected. You know, like it's constantly being challenged. You know what I'm saying, in whatever environment we're in, and that's what make it, you know, fragile or whatnot. So I agree with the prompt. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. And they're not running from the word fragile because it of anything other than they know exactly what the word means and they don't want to have the conversation. Not really. That's why they're not really coming up here to have the conversation. Then I got this broken white man on here. Oh, child, I'm giving them memories of their father. That time he knocked them between the dresser and the drywall. Maybe they don't want to talk about it. But let's get to Captain Bird. Captain Bird, did you want to call us niggers?
I think masculinity in its design is a spectrum. I think if we think of, you know, Western masculine concepts.
I got you, Captain. Okay, we got.
I'm sorry?
You saying that we got good masculinity and bad masculinity, and it's.
I believe that masculine concepts are unhealthy. So, like what Hollywood perceives as masculine, but I believe like people are born.
You think that there are good versions
and they can be healthy.
Can you give me some descriptors of healthy masculinity?
Healthy masculinity, I guess, shares a concept that you'd say healthy femininity would share, where it's like taking care of other people starts with yourself.
Do that. No, Captain. Give me some good examples of what this
good examples is say a masculine person that understands.
Hold on a second, you're not understanding. When I say give me good examples of what you consider healthy masculinity, please don't tell me to describe it underneath the same thing that I would describe healthy femininity, because I don't believe in femininity. I believe in it. I just understand that it is a social construct. So please don't try to do the, well, what about women thing? Or whatever is good for a woman is good for a man. Just give me a list of things that you think are healthy parts of masculinity. Damn, follow directions. And you can come off mute. You muted. Let me help you unmute. There you go. He's struggling with the mute button. This shit crazy. It's like
stop talking.
It's like he don't know what to do with it.
No, I'm not talking. I'm giving you the microphone.
So you was cutting me off when I was talking, but when I asked you to talk.
Would you like me to talk?
Say please, mommy. Go ahead, Blakes. Captain conceded. He said he can't describe healthy masculinity.
Healthy. You said what?
I don't understand your question. Like, describe it. I was describing it.
Now you want to talk when Blakes is talking. You see what I'm saying? This is fragile masculinity.
Semantics. I'll catch you all later.
All right. That was easy.
A woman being over 160 pounds is, kind of crazy. But
How old are you?
yeah,
You
Rita.
sound like
I don't
acting.
care.
How
I
old
don't
are
care,
you?
Rita. Why y'all getting so
How old are
you're
you?
fragile. Y'all are fragile. Y'all just
He
proved my
just
point.
asked
Y'all are
you a
fragile.
simple
Calm
question.
down. Calm down.
He asked
How
you a
old are
simple
you?
question. Why are you going? Why are you crashing out over how old are you?
Baby, I'm 19. But listen, look. It's a simple.
Hold on a second, Blakes. I think Juneteenth is up here for a reason.
Good morning,
No,
gorgeous
wait. What's the
ladies.
girl version? What's the girl version? Go with
Oh no, I'm
Gleason.
still in.
Ooh, I like that one better. Can't breathe. Ooh, she added a little extra.
Wow.
Okay. Good morning, love.
Good morning, lovelies. Blake, you're a baby. I think he just wants to yell at you because mommy left and didn't bring any milk back.
Hey June, did you pay your internet bill or what?
Sir, are
Or
you
you have to ask a man
okay?
to do that? You have to ask one of your baby daddies to send you money.
Oh, you
Boo.
think you're
You
playing
see, how when you came
clever?
up here, that was funny. When you was joking, it was funny, and this is not.
Oh,
Ugh.
June, did you pay your internet bill?
Oh,
Because that's
wow.
the bill mommy
There
lets
is
you
feelings
pay.
hurt. There
She
is feelings.
understands you're a child and you're in school. So here, Skip, pay this one bill so you can feel like you're
Baby,
making your way. Pay this one little bill and you can continue to play Fortnite. Don't worry about adding money to Roblox. You can use your own money. I'm not going to give you allowance anymore. So when you go to McDonald's, make
you
sure
don't go to
you come
college,
back.
June.
You're in charge of bringing toilet paper and paying the
You have
Wi-Fi bill. Oh,
no reliable.
you thought you were going to
You
get up
don't go to
here with the
you don't go to
black
school.
women and say, oh,
You're probably a
we're
drug.
single mothers. Oh, no. Oh,
Can,
no, no, no,
can
no,
you show
no.
me a can you show me a certificate
You see, unlike you, I'm clever.
feminist
Unlike you,
feminist
I have
feminist?
a real life. Ooh, look at you fighting with the mute button. Ooh, fighting.
You
You're just
stop.
so contrarian. You don't even know what to do with yourself.
Y'all
Look at you.
y'all
I'm
rather
mad.
dick
I'm
making
yelling into my
noises.
phone.
Y'all
I
got
gotta push the
this
mute
dick
button really
sucking
fast so I can try
this
to get it out.
sucking noises. Stop
Oh
sucking.
no. Oh no. Oh. Could you imagine? You're a quick pumper. Quick, quick, quick. Right into the sock. Quick, quick. Into the sock. Oh shoot. You ever remember that time you put your foot in the sock where you had your penis snot on your feet is disgusting, isn't it? But you're running late for school, so you had to slip on your Velcro sneakers and run to school. And then you forgot your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. But you didn't forget the juice box, Jimmy. Remember that? Jimmy. Oh,
Are you
Jimmy.
mentally
I love watching this.
okay?
Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. I need y'all to do better.
This is
I
crazy.
really do.
Velcro is diabolical, June.
Yo,
Girl,
what
you
she
know he
said?
I
slips
got
his
the
shoe
reference.
on. Exactly. Slipping his shoe on and zipping his zips up. Sir, come on. Remember we
Somebody,
used to have Jeepers? I
somebody,
don't know
she's
where
gonna
they...
come up and call us bitches. Hold on.
Hey, I just saw it live and I was wondering what y'all saw as masculinity being fragile. Because
If you
I'm
look up,
still
How
fragile.
long have you been here? Because I feel like a 19-year-old white boy just had a tantrum, and you saw it. So why are
Not
you
even
asking
1
that
minute.
question?
Not even 1 minute. He hasn't
okay,
been here 1 minute.
okay.
I can tell you why.
Um okay.
I apologize if I was sounded rude. I was just wanting to hear y'all argue. Okay. Okay.
Not tasting it at the end. JJ, go look up fragile masculinity and tell me what you find. What does it say? Because it's a universal meaning.
I don't even believe that boy was 19. My son is 13 and his voice is deeper than that.
No, he wasn't. I
I
just
was
intuitively so.
I was just curious because I know that there are definitely a lot of toxic parts about masculinity that can affect every gender, but I also know there can be some certain benefits to it. It's just that a lot of men aren't
The
don't have the
benefits.
mental work done to
What's the benefits,
display
love?
that. Um,
What's the benefits of
po-
masculinity?
sometimes it can be a positive leadership, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that's not a very
Name me a
gender
positive
defining
leader.
thing.
Name me 3 positive leaders.
I would
Well,
say
no,
just
matter of fact, you said positive leadership. Positive leadership in whom? The men, the like regular men, have positive can be positive leaders.
if they take the work, I feel like everybody could, but I feel like a lot of men don't take the inner work to define themselves and just and learn how to take that emotional regulation and stuff like that, because a lot of what happens is from standards of society, a lot of men tend to bottle up their emotions, and it leads them to lash out on their loved ones unnecessarily. And I feel like that's a lot of the space where toxic masculinity comes into play, especially the fragile side of it, where they spent so much time bottling up certain insecurities and stuff like that that men around him probably have but haven't embraced, that any poke at it leads them to pretty much explode on people or even loved ones who definitely don't deserve that.
But that isn't that it's not toxic masculinity. It's all masculinity. Masculinity like that's like that.
I could see that.
Yeah, because masculinity is a social construct. It was something that was created, right? These are basically, it's essentially a kind of gender role. And it says that men should be these things. But the things that it's telling men to be, like you said, stoicism, emotional suppression, the pressure to conform and like feel like you need to be dominant. It teaches men that they should be dominant. It teaches men that they should be aggressive and competitive, but it doesn't teach emotional intelligence. And so, how can you know? Like men say they're logical, women are emotional, but it takes logic to process emotions. So, if you
Yes.
can't process your emotions, then you would not know when to be
Hey,
dominant.
Sin, I need you to mute somebody. He's talking about graping someone in the comments. His
Which
looks
one
like
is
his name
that?
Whoa.
is
Whoa. Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's that's
Which
crazy.
one?
licking your nan's pussy.
And that's the
He's
one that's begging to come up. He in the queue.
yep.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, that's that. Because masculinity is fragile. Even talking about masculinity being fragile makes them crash out. But yeah, that's basically what all I'm saying is like the things that fall under masculinity like dominance, aggression, competitiveness, they're all toxic. Because when would you need to be dominant? Dominant means that you want power over somebody. Why should you ever have power over somebody? Being aggressive. When do you ever need to be aggressive except when you are being protective? And being protective is not something that's just masculine. Do they say that you should fear a papa bearing his cubs or a mama bearing her cubs?
The latter.
Exactly. So that's what I mean by masculinity is fragile. And I appreciate that you're able to have the conversation.
Oh, it's no problem. It's just I saw.
It's not often
I,
that niggas with anime avies come up and make sense. They be
hey,
the
I
fucking they fucking character will be the fucking protagonist and they come up here and be the antagonist.
I definitely understand you on that a lot. It's not common to see a nigga like me most of the time, but I try to be civil a lot of times, especially in situations like this where I came in here and I saw how his argument just devolved into him screaming profanities, and I'm like, wait a minute, that don't make sense. It I feel like there's an argument somewhere, but he's not even giving it time of day, and I didn't feel like that was fair, especially when I felt like there was something there was a discussion that could be had. But though I definitely do see your points in that masculinity
The
itself
thing
can be
is,
toxic.
I'm gonna just tell you, JJ. Most of the dudes that come up here, they're not coming up here to have a discussion. The reality is that they see themselves as masculine. They've adopted masculine traits because that's what society teaches them to be. Like from birth, boys get held less, according to Bell Hooks. I think it was the will to change. Boys get held less because society teaches that boys need less love, and so because of that, they already getting the shit end of the stick from birth. And mothers are guilty of that too, but we live in a patriarchy that pushes that. So mothers do that because men tell them that's how they're supposed to raise their boys. So when they talk about, single mothers are abusive, they be punching boys in the chest and telling them not to cry, your father would do that too. He's just not in the home to reinforce it. So she's doing what she thinks the father is supposed to do because this is what we deem masculine, and we need masculine boys, right?
I definitely see that point because
I'm listening. I think somebody muted him. I don't know if he got a phone call or something. Good morning. You can unmute. I don't know who did that. It might have been an accident. It might not have been. I'm gonna invite you to unmute.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, I was gonna say I was one of those kids that was raised by a single mother household, and I can definitely see that because in the early teen years, she definitely did do what you said and all that stuff, telling me not to cry. But over the years, as it harmed our relationship, she realized how much it was harming me, how much that ideology was harming me. So we ended up being able to take that time to mend our relationship and talk about it and stuff like that and process my emotions. And I thank God every day I have a mother as understanding as I do now that I'm going into college, because I was blessed enough to have that. But I also know not every son or not every little brother has that. So just identifying small parts of that about masculinity having its toxic effects, I definitely can see, and I've partly been victim of. But I've also know I've seen positive male role models in my life, few and far between, through my uncles who have showed me helped me out through the process of getting into college and stuff like that, been emotionally supporting me and all that through pretty much all my academic life. So I know that positive male role models and positive male leaders can definitely exist, though I definitely understand your part in saying that it could definitely be more widespread through a more well-known spread of.
It's not only that, right? So when you're talking about your uncles being positive leaders, would they give that same energy if you were a niece? What they would be teaching you is to cross your legs when you wear a dress, and that education is not valuable for women. They will be more concerned about grooming you for other men by teaching you how to be a wife, as opposed to being an educated man, especially if you're black.
Yeah.
Because they value education, they push education on black boys more than they do black girls, and they don't even push education on black boys that much. But they also tell us fuck our degrees. So that's a part of the masculinity. It is for them they muting you. I see why they muting you now. When I'm talking, if you're not talking and you unmuted, there is background noise. Like there's an echo. So that's why they muting you. Thank you. I get it now. I'm sorry. Good thing I ain't yell at my mom. Stop muting that thing. Nah. But yeah, so you got to be mindful of it. And the reason why we couldn't have a conversation with that dude is because he wasn't open to the idea of the idea that masculinity is fragile. These people have internalized masculinity and have adopted it as their persona. So when they are having this conversation, they're often going to have a visceral response. It's going to be the lack of impulse. They already have poor impulse control already. Because if you could do it here, you've been doing that shit. But this right here is enough to like make them crash out because they've never had these concepts. They've never had to consider these concepts. They've never had to have these conversations.
But Sin, this conversation is throwing me because I looked at his page and literally, young man, the second page video on your page says, is a woman explaining why she's no longer dating black men and how she's happier. I watched the video thinking maybe you would stitch it or something, but you really did post a lengthy video of a woman, a black woman, explaining why she no longer dates black men. And I'm kind of confused as to why we're having this form of the conversation.
Because I'm light skinned.
I'm been black all my life, black and Puerto Rican. Now, to explain myself, I definitely don't like those types of women. The reason why
I'm just saying. I'm a mute. I gotta make me the more.
I was gonna say the reason why those types of women aggravate me, and the reason why I even had it on my page was simply so that because sometimes I ain't even gonna lie, something aggravates me, I will keep it on my page or I'll like it or I'll repost it or I'll savor it, something like that, just so I understand. I get back to it. I'll be like, dang, that's stupid. So that I can, sometimes that anger relieves me by saying, okay, that's a dumb argument. And I feel happy knowing that I can say it's a dumb argument and move past it every time. Now that's just something about me. Not the best. Is that the best thing to do? Is that the most responsible or good thing to do? No, it's not. I should probably move on it or block her. But it's how I do things. But as for what you were saying about that, about why I don't like those types of videos, because a lot of times it can be judgmental and it can be how do I say it? I don't know if gentrifying is the right word. It's probably not, but it paints a picture over all black men that they have these certain character traits. It kind of devalues the ones that are trying to break away from generational curses. And it angers me because I know what I have done to try to break away from my generational curses, the therapy that I've gone to, the self-work I have done, the focus on education to try to help out the other people around me, to show them programs that can help them get into college easier. My classmates, I know what I've done.
So may I interrupt you, please, because you're saying
Yeah.
a lot. So you said you seem to understand. You don't understand why black women are sick of black men. And there was a very lengthy video. What did you get from that video and all of her spillage? What did she get? What did you take away? And what was her major complaints? That's the part I can't fathom and that you can't understand, because if she made a lengthy video about how she's not interested in black men and how you are so despicable, and all you took away was, those are kind of black women that try to divide the community. Those are kind of black women I try to stay away from. Like, how do we get from this conversation with you understanding that masculinity is as fragile as it is and harmful, that now, I got to stay away from specific black women who notice how harmful it is?
To be truthful, I hadn't thought of it like that. Now, you may be right, and there might be some hypocrisy in the words that I'm saying.
Do you think that black men participate in harmful behavior surrounding fragile masculinity?
Yes, that they definitely do, and I've definitely seen it.
That's it. But when it comes to black people, say myself, I'm a black woman, I have black daughters. Who's more likely to unalive us, a white man or the black men we are in proximity to?
The one in the man in this proximity.
Will, stop coming off mute. Who's more likely to essay us? And I'm saying this about my daughters who are 1 and 12, and I already have to consider this. So, who's more likely to essay us?
The men with the most proximity, which in your case is black men.
Abuse us.
Black men. Okay. I see your point.
So can I say this?
So what needs to change? The views of black women about black men, or black men and how they treat black women?
I can see that.
Answer the question.
I would say the latter.
Just speak it out, please. I need to hear the words you say. Black men need to change. Therefore, we can see a change.
Black men definitely need to change, but I don't know, but my views is when me going
Why
to
does that
college
come with a but?
because
No, just
I'm
put the
talk.
period right there. Because we're
I
talking
was
about
on mute.
unaliving. Come
Please,
put it in. Just put the period right there. Because unaliving us,
please listen.
ABing us, raping us, CAing us, CA, which is actually the SA of us, right? Uh, like, it doesn't need a but.
I was on mute like, but what comes after the but?
Action, organizing, and actually doing something about it.
You're doing something about it right now by having a conversation.
I hear you. It's just making those communities like, let's say I'm going to college, right?
Rita, I'm gonna cycle you out. Damn.
When going to college, there is organizations that you can make, and there are things that you can do to make to like, let's say there's communities you can make. I'm saying, but what is the next step?
We just read the black male, the black male Nakerfesto, and it was written by a black man with a PhD who said that he basically in his thing wrote about how all the different ways that he could subjugate black women and little girls and boys.
You know what? Normally we stop doing labor for y'all, and when y'all ask questions like, well, what can we do? We're like, you figure it out yourself. You figured out how to be this destructive, then you figure out how to stop being destructive. But it's early in the morning, and I feel like, whatever, doing some free labor or whatever you want to call it. Because the labor y'all can't figure out, I can figure it out in my sleep.
I don't.
No, I know. So let me say this. You want to know what can you do? Stop being cowards and be brave enough to spread the word and spread awareness about your own group's behavior. Do that. See, because what I have learned from these years on the tickery-tockery streets, that y'all are cowards when it comes to saying it out loud what your people do. And your people is black men. To our people, meaning black women. It pains you to say the truth out loud. It pains you to say we're 4 times more likely to unalive our women than any other group of women in this country. Say that shit to people. Say that shit to other black men. When you see black men saying things that are horrible and heinous and abusive and teasing and bullying to black women, interrupt it. Say, hey, that's our women. We need to stop that shit. Go around doing it. Go around doing it.
None of my homegirls would like if I was to say something that was T-phobic, H-phobic, anti anybody, anything that's oppressive or subjugating other people, they would check me on that shit. Like it would not slide. Like, hey. I can't even say SLOW. And it's not because they gonna check me on it, but because I know that it's harmful rhetoric and because they will also hold me accountable.
As a matter of fact, here's the craziest part. Between us, because we are your victims, right? We say whatever the fuck we want to say about black men because we're your victims, just like y'all say whatever you want about the cops, right? Do you know that in our spaces, even though we stand as your victims, we don't let white people come in here and talk about y'all? We don't. Even though you're the very same people that victimize us, we don't allow white people to speak about us. But black men do. Black men let white people talk about us all day long on this app.
I be saying they intentionally put smugs in the community and gave it to black men to sell to black women and cause so much damage in our community that it's nothing they could say to me about black men because they already agents of chaos. So it's like, why would I trust the agent of chaos? Why would I allow him to say the things that's mad harmful? I could hold these conversations with black men. I be having a fucking prompt that say black men destroyed the community. That's a us conversation. That's not a them conversation. But when it comes to black men, a lot of times they will allow. Matter of fact, what's that white tea man, that Italian or Roman or whatever, Marco? He be sitting up there saying the shit about black women. They be like, "Yeah, you right," and we be like,
He
"What
does.
the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all don't see that they gave y'all the tools to destroy us over and over and over again, and y'all don't see the playbook. Y'all still falling for the same shit." If they gave y'all the tools to destroy black women and children because they know that we are the community, you don't think that the war has become psychological now? It's not the war on D-Rugs, it's the war on black women and children. But y'all
Listen,
more concerned about wigs. Don't get me started. I'm gonna
they
mute.
let Wahite women talk about us. They let Wahite women talk about us. That shit is crazy.
That white tea woman that had the black man and was talking about how his mother didn't raise him. I mean, how she ain't cooked dinner, but she was a single mother and she had to work. But you talking about she ain't give him a good family foundation. His father ain't give him a good family foundation, and his mother did what the fuck she could. But that being said, I do want to get to Will, Yellow, Sweet, and Obsidian. Stick around, JJ. You just a liability, CJ. Go ahead, Will. You want to respond to the prompt?
Um, honestly, I don't have anything wrong to say about the prompt. I actually do believe that um it is kind of correct. I mean, well, not kind of, it is, because I feel like every man, to a certain extent, every man is like a firecracker, and it just take the right thing to say or the right thing to do to make them explode. Because
Why they like firecrackers?
we dealing with so many different things. We dealing with keeping our family afloat. We trying to deal with our personal selves, and we
Who
try to
keeping
do
their
a lot of
family
things at
afloat?
once because
Who's
society
keeping?
tells us
Wait,
that's what we're
Will,
supposed to
Will,
do.
you gotta be realistic. Who's keeping their families afloat? 80% of homes in the house
Well,
in
I
Will,
can't
would you
really
mute
talk
up,
about the
please? There's a
world.
lot of stuff going on. Thank you.
When it comes to black men in America, 80% of black households are headed by black women financially. We are the breadwinners. You gotta be realistic. A lot of y'all be dealing with
Not my
y'all.
household. I can't
Okay,
speak
that's
on other
fine.
people.
That's not most households. That's not all households. You can't speak for nobody else, but you just did. You have to be very fucking realistic. A lot of black men are fighting off fucking demons because they done hurt everybody that they crossed they paths. They mothers, they daughters, they sisters, they brothers, they uncles. They done did a lot of damage to people. And now when people are backing away and don't want nothing to do with them, then it's they fighting demons and they struggling. When that shit be karma. My mother said a man that don't raise his kids ain't never gonna have peace. Y'all
Um,
not trying to uphold families. Stop that lie. That's what y'all tell yourselves. But when it comes to a family dynamic, black men typically are not in their families.
Can I ask a
you
question,
done?
please?
Can I respond?
Will, did you
Can I
have your father
respond?
in your home?
No,
So,
he was around though.
You literally just said not in
Just
my
wasn't in the
household.
home.
You just said it wouldn't happen in your
He
household.
wasn't.
He
He just
wasn't in
wasn't in
your
the home.
household.
It's not going. I'm a grown man. I have my own household. I take care of my own kids.
But the point is that you understand the experience because you motherfucking
No,
experienced it. So
I
when we're
do
sitting here
understand the
talking about this
experience.
shit, the fact that you're gonna
Why
go
would you
around and be on
invalidate
some,
it?
you
Can
know
I
what?
help?
No,
And y'all don't
you know what,
understand what's
Will?
going on
You know
unless
what,
you.
Will? Your masculinity is fragile. That's why you couldn't admit the status of the neighborhood, the status of our community, because your masculinity is fragile. You needed to bring your situation into it. You needed to center it in yourself. You needed to talk about the lifestyle that you want to live and what you hope for it to be and what you think it is and what it is that you're trying to live. But you could not have the conversation about what's happening on a grand scale because your masculinity is fragile. And us sitting here talking about what actually happens to black men, it cracked it. But go ahead, Will.
Did you not hear me say I agree with the prompt? I'm sorry. See, that's the problem. You all are too quick to talk and not quick to listen.
We heard you agree with the prompt, but we also heard you say not in my household.
But I have
And
an idea.
no,
I
I
have an
do feel
idea.
no,
Can I
no.
offer an idea? Can we all move into Will's household? Can we bring all of us and all of our children to Will's household so that the children can see what it's like that even though Will didn't have his father in his home, that we all can be in your home just a couple of nights and get a glimpse of what it looks like with a man in the home with his children and his wife. Because I know you're married with his wife. You know, you're going to show us how, you know, you overcame from an absent father. And now, because you're in a home and you married your baby mama, you don't have to call her your baby mama because technically you're the husband. That makes her your wife. So I'm scratching my head. Will, can we, I don't even need everybody. We could just, can us in the panel come?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's put, because he thought that he was going to invalidate what we were saying as black women. Let's do this because JJ said he wasn't raised with his father. JJ, come off mute and tell Will how much what he said is not true.
I went through a similar situation. My father was around, but he didn't live. He didn't live with us. It was more of if I wanted to go on a weekend, I could, but he didn't live with me and my
Did he
mom. It was most of the time it was just my mom, me, and my little brother.
hold on, June. Did he choose you?
hmm
Like, did you feel desired? Did you feel like he wanted you?
I am blessed enough to where my father did, but I definitely know that I even had a close friend that when my mom got into a relationship, one of them, I had a friend. His name was Lil David. With his father, he definitely did not have the same luck that I did. He definitely was one of those victims of the fragile masculinity, of the toxicness of black parenting. He was definitely one of those victims.
If your father was such a great father, why didn't he raise you in his home?
Simply because his own mistakes. He cheated on my mom. His mom didn't want anything to do with him, so he ended up living by himself, and he ended up he had two more families in which luckily was able to financially provide for most of them, but he still made his mistakes. And I definitely understand that he might not have been the greatest person, but he still, when I called him, if I needed him and I called him, he would still show up.
That's that
I'm
part.
sorry. Wait. Can you just
Go,
clarify what? Can you
go
just
ahead.
clarify what financially taking care of most of them meant?
And then after he clarifies Obsidian, you do your thing.
What I mean by most is unfortunately my family got the short end of the stick, and I understand, which is how I can see that, which is where I saw
But your family got destroyed in a what?
my family, me and my mom, got the short end of the stick to where
End of the stick. Okay.
pops
Oh
he
no,
would.
I didn't get the short end of the stick. He chose somebody else over your mother and you. Be realistic.
What did you ask? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
His
you.
desire was stronger than his ability to love you and your mother. He was willing to throw away giving you a family because he wanted to stick his dick in something. I think you need to be very realistic here.
Right. So let me ask you this: do you think that your father knew when he cheated on your mother that it might cost him the household? Do you think that he knew that there was a distinct possibility that if I go ahead and do this, it might cost me my family at home? You think he knew that? You think anybody told him that? Do you think that he could just presume that from society, that this was an inherent risk in the action he was about to take on?
Um, I think he did. I just
Okay,
think that
great. So this
okay.
is the thing, right? When we talk about these things, like there is no blaming the mom in any way, shape, or form for this, right? So now when you said your mom and you got the short end of the stick, I need you to understand this from the full circle of what happened. Your dad was ready to risk losing you guys as a family for some new wet. He went ahead and took the risk and he lost the risk and he lost his family. Fine. Then he was so angry about your mother holding him accountable for his actions, that he financially punished you in comparison to everybody else.
Punished her too.
Yeah. Oh, the you was the plural you, but yes. Yeah. He punished both of you financially for her holding him accountable.
Go ahead, Absolute.
Now, down it, sir. When the truth is laid out to you, other than the way you present it, because what you gave us was the daddy version. You know, I'm only human. I make some mistakes. I got my struggles. But instead, you need to look at everything Yellow said. He didn't care about y'all as a whole enough to say, you know, I'm going to just have sex with this one woman who is carrying my child, who's loving me and the child and fixing my dinner. I want that thing right there jiggling so much. I'm willing to risk little JJ. I just need y'all to let that marinate. When y'all say, yeah, my daddy just was being human. No, he made a conscious decision. And this time he made the decision and got caught. And you were able to watch him do this to other women, the same thing he did to your mama, and you're still able to come on the internet and say, he was there for me. Sometimes. He was always around. Sometimes. Like, I need y'all to really be a little more honest and authentic.
Well, and while you being honest and authentic with yourself, I'm going to give you some tips that I gave myself because my father also was a piece of shit who made a bunch of other children. It's hurtful. You might not be there yet, and the man going to say, "See, you knew she was traumatized," and all the other gaslighting weird shit. But let me just give you some tips. There are 5 stages to grief. What you're going to feel after this, let me look you in the eye when I say it, actually. What you're going to feel after this is grief. And a lot of men struggle to identify these feelings as grief. There are 5 stages to grief. That is denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. You should Google the 5 stages of grief, right? Because what the part that you're on of the grief is not even acceptance, and it's not linear, whatever. You're not on acceptance. I don't know, you probably felt depression, but right now, this looks like denial and bargaining. Struggling to find meaning because you can't clearly define it, you know? And denial, right? Confusion about what the actual thing is that happened. Hold that man accountable. If you can't hold him accountable to his face, at least in your mind, hold him accountable. Because the only way you're not going to become that kind of man is if you actually sit with how harmful his actions were. And you're only going to be able to do that if you actually feel in your core exactly how harmful his actions were. That being said, we're going to get to Obsidian. JJ, sit with that. You could drop if you need to. You can stay up. But just sit with it, though, because that's a lot. It's a lot to... But you know what? Women have to deal with this shit every day. We were the daughters they abandoned. We were the mothers that gave them the children that they abandoned. And then we're also the mothers that are the sons that have abandoned our grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Obsidian. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. This is your platform. I was gonna say, and being here and hearing this conversation made me realize that one of the major linchpins on holding the facade of a man being a good man while he can be, a double agent. He's good to men, but horrible to women and children. Is that their sons have to say shit like JJ just said and not admit the truth. How are you gonna be able to check behavior in other men if you can't even recognize what your father did, and in your head he's still kind of good, he was all right, he just made some mistakes, when it was egregious, and it wasn't mistakes, it was things that he purposely did because he was being selfish and didn't even consider his family. It wasn't that he didn't like y'all, he didn't consider you, which I think
Obsidian, he considered them. He made a calculated risk. He calculated the risk and made the decision that the risk was worth it. I'm going back on mute.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
That was me trying to give him a little leeway too. And this is the problem. Men giving cover for other men, the no handshake agreement between men that will lie and fudge the truth for men to women, against women, for the purpose of our social benefit. it's oppression, and we pretend like it's not. That's what we're doing. That's what you do when you lie for your dad in front of a bunch of people. Like, that's the only way you're going to be able to move forward and change things is if you accept what he did was wrong, and then you can check that behavior in other people.
And low key, and you don't have to go with mute, but providing cover for your dad is protecting him in a way that he didn't even see fit to protect you. And it's not only protecting him, it's throwing your mother under the bus, which is a lot of what the black men, and I'm only speaking to black men because I'm a black woman at this moment in context of this conversation. You're throwing your mother under the bus because that lady cried on the floor in fetal position, screaming and pulling her hair out. I promise you. Because she had to make the decision of letting that man see you, knowing that he was harmful and could teach you all this fucked up shit that's going to further draw you into the patriarchy and make you a harmful, hurtful man. Or choose between not letting you see him and then you resenting her later because she wanted to protect you. Because she chose you. She chose you. And then y'all go on to do the same shit to other women and then lie and say, oh, my baby mama did this. That lady did this. Because that lady chose you. And how dare you as a black woman have the audacity to love me as a black man because I don't even love myself. Go ahead, Obsidian.
Yeah, that's the problem. We got to admit to ourselves. I love how you brought up the 5 stages of grief and mentioned that they're not linear. But one of the issues is you have to stop denying it in order to accept it. You can't accept it if you're still in denial. You couldn't possibly be in the acceptance phase if you still denying the truth and sitting up saying stuff like, he tried. Maybe he didn't. Maybe you need to talk to your mom. Maybe you need to talk to the women in your family and ask them, hey, what was he up to? What was he doing? Because I got some horror stories for your ass. Like, I'm not finna DOX myself, but my motherfucking not shit ass daddy took the refrigerator with him. That nigga took the refrigerator with him.
Didn't even care if you starved.
That nigga took the refrigerator with him. I'd like to whoop his ass if he was here. And then that's another thing. Like, we have to admit it, whether they're here or not. You have to say what happened.
So I'm gonna also say this, and if you're going to get so brave as to ask your mama some questions, put this one on the list. Mama, was it the only time that he ever cheated on you, or had you forgiven him before?
You're doing too much, Yellow. He ain't ready for that.
Because let me tell you something. A lot of times, it's the 4th or 5th or 6th time. It's the Cardi B-th time. It's the Cardi B-th time. When she finally says, continuing to stay here, I cannot. It'd be the Cardi B-th time. Whatever number that is.
It's the Rashida time.
Right. Because what they and this is our fault. This is the part that we need to take accountability for as well, right? Is that we will protect the image of the daddy in front of the son because we think it'll harm the son to see his dad for who he really is. So we let our sons believe that their daddy made a mistake one time. It happened one time, and she just blew the whole family up. She just blew everything up. She didn't care. She couldn't forgive him. She couldn't give it another chance. She couldn't sacrifice for us. No, it'd be the Cardi B time. She did do that part 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. That man done embarrassed her in the street. She can't go nowhere without nobody pointing at her, knowing that she's the one that man cheats on in the street. Everybody effing knows. Everybody effing knows. Her family knows. Her friends knows. The community knows. The people at church know. The people at school know. The people at work know. And she finally is like, you know what? This is the last time. But to you, she'll say, what happened? You say, well, your daddy had an affair. And I just couldn't get over it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all dependent on us not actually telling our stories. And if women have to tell our stories, then men are going to continue to be like, well, I don't have to listen to that because she's just some woman. That I see it in the comments right now. Ooh, y'all really do hate men. It's because men won't tell the truth. If men start telling the truth about what men do, then men would have to listen. because men submit to other men, especially listening to them and learning, and like that doesn't make no sense. Your first teacher was your mom, but you won't listen to nobody but a man that don't know shit and learned everything that he did know from a woman. How does that make sense?
Oh, I just want you to know the man in the comments you're speaking to, he's on the panel. So you have the opportunity to speak directly to him. Right,
Oh,
Willie?
that's Will, because he next. We ain't off him yet.
Man, I've been trying to speak for the last 30 minutes, and
That means you're a
I just
patient
keep
guy.
getting
That
cut
means you're
off. But
patient and
everybody
go
else
back
gets
on mute. You understand that this is
very
a course, a
patient.
part
I'm
for the course.
listening.
This would be the
I'm
perfect time to
listening.
go on mute since you do understand. Thank you, love.
Yeah, you definitely part of the
I
problem.
understand.
And
Like I
Thank you,
said, I
love.
did. I definitely agree with. I definitely agree with. I definitely agree with the prompt from to begin with. The only thing I was trying to say is we have to look for solutions. And when I say look for solutions, we have to open the doors up for men to feel.
So JJ, this is another abusive tactic that they typically like to use. It's abusive. Because what he said is fuck everything that you're saying. Let's skip past that. Let's not get to the root cause. He sat here while I gave you, because I know that this is harmful shit. And a part of me recognizes that you are young. A part of me recognizes that there is something here that you need to hear and will be of value for you if you are receptive. But a part of me, a part of Yellow, a part of Obsidian, we believe that you will be receptive or we wouldn't waste our time saying it, right? This is the reason why I gave you the 5 stages of grief. Now, you might not take that. You should take that with you. I'll take that shit. I just lost my mom over a year ago. It's par for the course, like Juneteenth said, right? He recognizes everything that's happening, and he is actively rejecting it and causing harm to you further by not allowing the conversation to happen, recognizing that everything that we are saying is beneficial and will lead to your progression and your growth as a young man. And he is actively preventing that from happening.
You know
Let's
what?
get to the solution.
Mr. Will, Mr. Will, do you believe that police brutality is a problem? I'm going off a little bit, but I'm going to bring it back. Do you believe that police brutality and the unaliving of black men from police is a problem? Sir, yes or no? Do you believe that
If a
it's a
man
problem?
needs to be allowed, he needs to be
Okay,
allowed.
so listen.
Only if it's woman.
Do you believe that it's a problem that is worth protesting?
Yellow, did you hear what he just said?
No, I didn't hear him.
Hold on, Will. Hold on, Will. That's you ain't gonna get through to him. I'm gonna just tell you right now. He already bent over for the white man. That man just said regarding police brutality to black men, if a man needs to be unalive, he needs to be unalive.
Oh shit.
Say less. Say less. I hear you loud and clear, Will.
I mean,
When
hey,
y'all are out
you know what?
here,
I'm gonna go ahead on mute.
Can I? Because you said a whole mouthful, Will. You said a fucking mouthful. So when y'all out here on the ground, wetted up, we gonna walk past you. Did y'all hear him say that? He does not need or want the women's assistance. When y'all out here getting popped off and mass incarceration. Okay, what y'all want on y'all eggs? Cheese on your grits or sugar? We hear you, Will. We hear you. You don't care about us so much that you are willing to throw your entire species
I haven't said not
on
one
May.
thing
Can you?
about
Can you?
women.
I know you hear me. I know you hear me, stinker butt. So you don't care. You so angry at women that you are willing to throw all the
I
niggas
haven't
under the
said
bus.
anything about
Can you
women.
not
I'm
hear me,
still trying to
sir?
get to
Why are you
men,
talking
and
while
y'all
I'm
keep bringing.
talking? I'm trying to be so demure. I'm trying to be so feminine and friendly. Would you please let me finish? So what you said and what I calculated, we ain't helping. Every time I see y'all get pulled off, whoop, whoop, I'm gonna pull my camera out and giggle. World star, okay? We hear you. We gonna stop caring too. You are so mad at women that you are telling all of us, stop helping us. When the police come to get us, no, no, no. Oh, we heard you, Will. I want y'all to know we gonna do it. Ladies, let's link up. Hootie hoo! We out here. We talking about resting, super resting now. Hootie hoo! They don't need our help. Every time I see a woman start to go towards a man and help him out, I'm going to holler, hooty hoo! There she goes. She going to get it. She going to get it. Because you told us. I am so weird. I am so ill prepared for this conversation that I'm willing to throw all the men under the bus. I hear you, brother. Hooty hoo, ladies. Hooty hoo.
Okay, you know what? I think that's the anger that's hitting him. He's talking through the anger, but I can't follow you.
I'm not angry at all. This is actually
Maybe you went numb. I don't know. I don't know how I got to this. Well, I don't. I don't. But I can't call you on it. All I'm gonna say is that would you have said that if we weren't having this convo? Would you have
yeah.
said that if there wasn't a full
If a
respect?
man needs to die, he needs to die. Simple as that.
Okay.
You know you're
I'm
not
simple as
supposed to
that.
say
I'm
that.
not.
You know you're
I'm
not.
not.
Hold on, Will. Now you know you're not supposed to say DIE. So now you're so angry at this conversation, you want to get my live banana using censored words.
Don't be surprised, JJ. That's why we was trying to call out that weird behavior in the first place and tried to give you an inroad to talk to him because y'all probably are similar in age, but Will is all the way out there. Massage Noir is anti-blackness. He anti-black, so of course he don't like himself or any other black man. Like, this type of behavior is paired with the patriarchy. That's what you have to understand. In a world where patriarchy has taken over everything on an app where YT Man can say the craziest things without being taken down, and him being a black man and not being pro-black at all. So you know what he said wasn't for the advancement of black people, but whatever he said when he was at 1.k followers got his live or got his account taken down. He only had 1.k followers. That's how quickly he got his own account taken down, saying the harmful things that he be saying. Imagine what he had to say to get taken down on this racist ass app. Because it wasn't pro-black. It wasn't for the advancement of women. It wasn't for the advancement of black people, what he said. Whatever he said aligned with the patriarchy and YT supremacy. And it was so harmful that they took his damn account. That's how crazy Will is. That's who you need to get away from. You see that?
Y'all is hilarious, boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all making
Let me
up
say the thing.
constructs in your head. Y'all don't even know me. That shit funny. Y'all is hilarious. First of all, you don't even know what I got to say because every time I speak, I'm cut off. So therefore, you piecing in little pieces of what the fuck I'm saying and not even getting the full picture. That's the problem. That's the issue. And
Okay, you can say what
I can't do. You own this
Not getting the
platform. You
picture,
own this
Will, or
platform, so
we
you
not
can do
getting
as
the
you
picture that you
please.
trying to
You can
paint.
do as you
Because I feel
please.
like they getting the picture, but they're not getting the picture that you're trying to paint for us. I want the real picture. I think they got the real picture,
Let
not
him
the picture that you're
let him
trying to
talk.
paint, baby.
He going to do it. Let him talk. You can respond. Just don't talk about what happened. Just get to the point that you want to make when you came up here.
Oh, I can speak now.
Yep.
I ain't gonna get cut off. My whole thing was I agreed with the prompt. I just felt like men need to have the conversation and it needs to be an open door for people to be vulnerable. That's it. That's all. Because in this society, if you cry, you weak. If you care, you weak. If you That's how society teaches us as we grow up. Our moms teaches us that, our fathers teaches us that, black period. And I just wanted to, you feel me? I just wanted to say that, like, we need to open up the door for these conversations because these conversations are being thrown out the a man can't even, if a man cries about a certain situation, no matter how bad it is, no matter how, people gonna look at him as weak, and everybody around him gonna make him feel weak. So it's that simple. I'm just saying, like, y'all gotta open the door for vulnerability. That's it. That's all. And that ain't got nothing to do with women. That's everything to do with men. I'm talking about men. This conversation shouldn't be had between women.
It's a man on the panel. Go ahead.
When
Obsidian to talk to you.
you said that, when you said how men will make you feel bad, everybody will like make fun of you and not leave it, not have a door open for you to like express yourself if you cry. Were you looking in the mirror when you said that? Because I know you one of the men. Like, tell me about how you didn't leave the door open for people to cry in your life, or be honest about the men around you and say how you were ready to cry, but you knew they bitch ass would make fun of you. This is the point to do that. Not say, oh, women shouldn't be having this conversation. I'm up here. I can have a conversation with you. And the only reason why they're having a conversation is because of what you just said. You just admitted that men won't have the conversation. You're double speaking. You know men ain't shit and won't let this conversation happen. You see women making the conversation happen, giving us the table, the chair, the room to sit in, and the food to eat with the plates, serving us the everything so we could have a conversation. And the first thing out your mouth is women shouldn't be having this conversation. And men
That
will
wasn't the
let this
first thing.
conversation
That
happen.
wasn't the first
You
thing.
are the men that you're talking about.
The very last thing I said. That was the very last thing I said.
Yes, don't speak on everything I said. Just speak on the one thing that I think is stupid. That's what I hear you saying. Don't forget everything I said, but I only meant the last part. Is that what you mean? Like,
What
are we understanding
what are
this
you
correctly that
talking
when men
about?
talk, may I
That's
finish?
not what
Because you
I'm
had your
that,
chance.
see, that's
Baby,
what
you
I'm
had your
saying. Y'all
chance.
keep on
Sir.
you keep flipping. I never, first of all, I never disagree with anything that anybody said on this panel. First and foremost. My only issue was every time I tried to get my words out, I was uh I was muted while everybody else could speak.
The last time I muted you was because you told us to have a conversation in a way that wasn't beneficial for JJ. You said, oh, well, what's the resolution? When we were literally walking through in very important steps. So Obsidian was right. You are the man, right? Because you essentially stopped JJ from crying. And I don't even mean physically, mentally. Towards healing regarding his situation, you prevented that intentionally. Just to say, well, can we skip past this part and get to the part where it's beneficial for me? Fuck what anybody else needs. Not and fuck what a young black boy or black male, black man needs. Can we skip this and get to the good part? Where I don't have to feel any of the feelings regarding my experience because his experience is similar to mine. Because you can't, as a man, say that this conversation triggers me. It triggers the father wound that I have. It may trigger the mother wound that I have as a result of the things my father did to my mother or to me. Can we skip past all of this, talking about grieving and emotions with this young black boy who would benefit greatly in the future, just not for himself, but if he was ever to have a wife and a children, who could teach them in turn how to process their emotions, who can in turn teach them how to be better people in the way that they communicate. You would prevent all of that from happening to him. Obsidian clocked it in real time. You are that man.
2-3
I
times
do
over
have a
because she
question.
had to mute you because you said DIE. So you was damn near trying to get her platform taken down. So you can't even use TikTok friendly language, which is part of the reason why you didn't have your page still too. When you got taken down with 1.k followers, I was reading your bio. I didn't make nothing up. I went on your profile and looked and saw how you said you got taken down after a couple, not even a couple thousand, 1,000. You got taken down real quick because you're real harmful with your vernacular. You can't even manage to not say DIE. How long you been on TikTok?
Will, can you mute,
Not
please?
long,
But he,
not
Will,
long,
you
sir.
have a feedback. When
No,
someone else is speaking, would you mute? Will, you have feedback.
I
When
can't say I
Obsidian, would
agree.
you shut up?
I
I
can't say
don't
I
care if you
agree.
agree. I don't need a cheerleader. Can you
I
listen? Would you listen? That's the problem we're having right here. And I don't think y'all do realize. He
have
keeps saying,
done a
I agree
lot of
with y'all.
listening.
Stop doing that. I don't need you to agree with me. I am a whole person that can stand on myself. I don't need a cheerleader. I don't need a hype man. When someone else is speaking and you're unmuted, you're giving off a whistling sound. And it's bothering me. And I'm sure it's bothering everyone listening. So, sir, mute your mic. We get it. You want us to know you sucking our dicks. We get it. We get it. You agree. Please mute.
You don't agree when you cut off people while they're talking and trying to give somebody else the information. You wanted solutions while people were giving you solutions. Accept what the men around you did for what it is. Ask the women around you what they actually did. Actually listen to them when they tell you the stories about the men that you swear are good men to you, but are really bad to them and children. That will be one of the first steps, accepting the information and not denying it. And that's what I was saying. And you cut me off talking to him to say, can we skip past that? Can we skip past the solutions to get to the solutions? That don't make no sense. You don't make no sense because you don't understand this because you haven't done it for yourself. So you ain't got no business up here talking to us about it. Like you said, everything was perfect in your life, remember? Not the men around you. So you couldn't possibly even talk on this. While you talking about women shouldn't talk about it, they know something about it. You don't know nothing about it, remember? Because all the men around you don't do none of this. They're all perfect. Not in your house, not in your life. So you shouldn't, you're the one that shouldn't be speaking. You don't have enough life experience or just experience with bad men. You couldn't tell me what a good man is or a bad man. So you extremely useless.
I just want to point it out this, right? Because we're having a conversation about why can't these boys hold their fathers accountable for the actions that their fathers did. And the reason is this. If you actually held your father accountable, you would have to hold yourself to a higher standard. If you said, my daddy ain't shit for what he did to us, then you would have to be better. Then you would have to do better, right? Because you would acknowledge that that behavior is ain't shit behavior. And then if you do it, it then means you're ain't shit. But if you leave space for your dad's ain't shit behavior and you say, hey, you know what? He wasn't perfect, but he was perfect for me, right? If you say he wasn't a great husband, but he was a decent father, if you take his bullshittery and his lackluster, his disregard, his disrespect, his abandonment, and say, he did the best that he could, then you can go ahead and do all those same things to somebody and presume their response will be, you did the best that you could, right? And that's why y'all do it. That is why y'all do it. Because you cannot bear to call the spade because you want to be a spade. And you want space and room for someone to make excuses for you. You want everybody to have the conversation of empathy with you. You want to turn. You want to turn. You want to do all the things your daddy did and somebody to still look at you the way you look at your dad. Giving all the excuses. There was a saying that used to be said, and it said, you don't have to lie to a woman because if she loves you enough, she'll lie for you for herself. And that's exactly the situation with y'all niggas and your daddies. Your daddy don't need to lie to you. Y'all lie for him anyway. Y'all make it up anyway. Y'all create the story, finish the story, add to the story, subtract from the story yourself because you want someone to do it for you. How could you look at yourself and do the shit he did and feel okay with yourself unless you what? Forgive him? But you don't forgive him, you excuse him. And there's a huge difference between forgiving someone and excusing someone. When you forgive somebody, you ain't got no problem saying they did some fucked up shit. Man, that motherfucker fucked up. He was terrible. He was a horrible person. He was a horrible father. He did not give a shit about us. But you know what? When he came back into older life, whatever it is, I forgave him so that I could move on. And I was interested in getting to know who he was. And so I allowed for a relationship to happen later. Okay, I forgave him. But what y'all do is excuse it. What y'all do is, well, he made a one little mistake. And, well, so you could be him. And this is why this cycle will never end. It will never end because y'all will not call these niggas to roost. Because you want to turn.
And that's why masculinity is fragile, because y'all need more allowances for your harmful shit than what you're willing to give. That being said, I do want to remind you guys to grab your daily heart me's. Please make sure that you are tapping the screen, gifting me, gifting the guests. This is amazing commentary. Grand Risings, J Will. The blue sticker right there, I hope it's not covering any words. That is my Cash App. So if you want to drop something in it, I'd be grateful. This is free labor, so gift us for the labor. I would like to, oh, thank you. I would like to get to Allie Bear. Good morning, Bookie Butts.
Good morning. I actually wanted to talk to Will, but he ran off. So I was going to do the mod duties, but you just did them. So I'm just going to pass the mic to somebody else while I get up and get ready.
Aw, Bookie, I hope you have a good day.
Are you studying? Are you studying, Allie?
Studying what, June? Summer semester is over.
I understand, but the next semester is coming.
3 weeks, June.
Have you looked at your books? Have you
It's
looked at the
not ready
syllabus?
yet, June. Please.
Have you looked at the syllabi?
It's not uploaded yet. Please.
Okay, I'll be back in 2 weeks.
This makes me so happy. Y'all, this makes me so happy. Yeah, the way how I feel vindicated for what I went through when I was in school while I'm listening to y'all. Whoa, this shit makes me so happy. I feel so vindicated. This what it felt like on the other side? This is what it felt like on the other side?
June was on my neck for that micro final. Lord have mercy. And don't get J Will started up in the comments.
And what grade did we get?
A B in microbiology.
What? Go ahead, girl. Don't mind me. I'm dyeing my hair. Don't be judging.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, but 3 weeks I start up. So y'all pray for me. I'm getting through it. I'm now officially a sophomore in college as a 34-year-old woman and a solo parent. So
push
if
that
I can
applause.
do it, y'all can do it.
Solo because it was a choice. Fuck y'all. Kidding me? Fuck a bald-headed baby daddy.
Listen, leave the bald-head baby daddies alone.
Shave my baby daddy head, y'all. He had the psoriasis shit. I was like, it's best if you shave it. Nigga walk around. Stupid.
He's an asshole.
Get you a nigga with the fade. Leave them bald-head baby daddies alone.
Especially ours. They gonna put you through it, run you through the ringer and rinser. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all doing the gift things. And one more thing, the hand heart collection is for the so that we could drop an op. So it's for us to crowdfund. So everybody, it's just one hand heart is $1. It's altogether $20. So just one hand heart, we'll be able to drop them. So if you do want to give, just give something else from the gift box right there. But if you want to start on a preemptive strike, who am I to tell you not to? Go ahead. But that being said, Sweet Polar Pop, I know you said some things, but we didn't check on you if you want to respond to the prompt. Wait, damn, Obsidian. I don't know if you responded to the prompt either. Obsidian, did you want to respond to the prompt?
No, I got you yesterday. I want to give somebody else some more time because I want to yell at that idiot.
You did right. You did good. Okay, Sweet Polar Pop, then you respond to the prompt. You're going to be cha-cha.
I'm going to say masculinity is fragile because if it props up all of this stuff that we see on here, the excuses, the reasonings behind why they can't do this and they haven't done that, then yeah, it's fragile. It's fragile. They fall to pieces when you start to talk about the truth of the matter and when you get to the heart of the truth. And then it starts to break, and then they crack, and then they run. I mean, it's painful. It's painful, but at the same time, the truth is the truth. And if you can't take that bit of it, then the masculinity that they do put forth because it's supposed to be strong. It's supposed to withhold. It's supposed to do this and do that. No, they crack every time, even under the same thing that they uphold. So, yeah, it's fragile.
Thank you. Is it my shot or was somebody before me?
It's on you.
Thank you. I think that the men that have been on the panel so far since I've been in here are the perfect example of fragile masculinity. When it means that they have to self-reflect or even look at other men's behaviour, men that they do not know, they will go out of their way to defend and deflect from that man's bad behaviour. And even the men in the comments, they will not they can't see the wrong that that man's done, or even if they have, they would rather cover it up and hide it as opposed to saying, do you know what, that's not okay that that man did that. And that speaks to their own fragility. That shows that their ego cannot cope with accountability. And this is the thing that men tell us on a daily basis. Women have to be accountable. Women have to do this and women have to do that. And it seems that it is rules for thee, but not for me, in terms of what the men are thinking. And when they cannot hold themselves accountable, or even their relatives who have done them wrong, that shows that they cannot cope with they don't want to hold those people accountable, because it means then that they are open to that type of criticism themselves. It means then they have to look at their own behaviour and maybe reflect on it to think, oh, do you know what, that's a bit like my dad's. But the mental gymnastics, the backward rolls and, you know, the kind of a somersaults that these men are doing in order not to kind of have to confront men, shows that they know that their ego's fragile, so that's why they can't speak to other men and say, do you know what do you think about this? Or, Dad, you did this is how I feel about it now as an adult. They cannot do that, because when we are given advice or when we are reflecting on the circumstances, these men become really upset about what's being said. And instead of just saying, do you know what, I think that's fair, I'll need to think on that, they would rather sound correct and align with YT supremacy than to admit that a man could be wrong. A man that they don't even know could be wrong. And that whole circumstance played out because the first young guy, JJ, wasn't holding his dad accountable, made every excuse for his bad behaviour under the sun, and then when he was held to account to look at what was going on, he became silent. The other guy got upset because he was trying to, again, defend JJ for not holding his dad accountable and for not looking at the reality of what's going on. And so when we highlighted that to him, or everybody on the panel highlighted that to him, he couldn't take it.
I wanna add one thing to what you're saying. JJ didn't just become silent. He actually was able to identify what part of the grief, what part of grief he was experiencing. He wrote in the comments, I don't know if you saw it. He said, I'm probably in the shit. Which one was it? I don't know. He said, I'm probably in the. Well, he acknowledged what part of grief he was on. So that actually was, that was actually pretty refreshing, because that means that we were bargaining. Thank you, JJ. He said he was on the bargaining part.
Bargaining.
Which meant that we were pretty much correct about our assumptions that he was receptive to the information. And I would just say, JJ, because I know they be calling me a misandrist because the way I have these conversations, I'm proud of you. And that right there is the sign of a person that is going to go a little bit further in life than most. And this journey is not easy, acknowledging feelings, processing them, and then moving forward, making decisions based off of your feelings. But go ahead, Cha-Cha, you can finish, and then
I'm just about to land, but yeah, absolutely. I didn't recognise that he named the behaviour. I just thought you were taking time to kind of reflect on that, because I know you weren't pushing back on it. You were kind of you're obviously contemplating everything that had been said and looking at it a different way. So, you know, giving your flowers for that. But the other guy, Will, his fragility couldn't cope with that. And so when he was confronted about it, rather than saying, do you know what, I did do that, rather than doing what JJ had done, he then had to double down. And even with the example of the police, rather than then admitting, do you know what, you're right, I see that, I can see that now. Again, he had to double down and say, no, people have to unalive, and aligning with white supremacy. And then when we highlighted all of what was said and he was held accountable, again, he couldn't deal with it. And even the stoicism and the patriarchy and the misogyny, even with all of that, that tells men not to cry and not to do these things that men put on themselves, he then tried to blame everybody else about that, saying that he wasn't able to do that, but he was doing that to JJ before. The point of all of that is to show that a lot of men will do everything but face the reality and look inward, because any kind of a form of critique, they fall apart and get really upset. And that shows that this whole kind of what's played out shows all of that. I'll land there, and thanks for the gifts.
JJ said that he would respond Juneteenth, but he was dropped. I dropped you from the ops box because, you showed a little bit of the ability to be receptive, so you just removed one oppish level off of your...
Can I say something to JJ?
You lost 1,000 op HP points. Go ahead, Juneteenth, and then we're going to go into Shay.
Okay, no worries. I'll keep it really short. JJ, I just want you to know, I appreciate you doing that. I didn't think you were listening, but baby, thank you. And when you get on that college campus next week or whenever you go, please stay real. Please let what the words that you hear in this space resonate with you. Okay? And don't go out there cyber slurping. Do not, if you hear jokes about women, can you halt it on the campus, please? Can just make that your one duty for the day. If you hear men speaking nasty about women, just say, hey, why are you saying that? Challenge them. That's it.
And if you want me to further reinforce that for you, had your mom not been fucked up by your dad, she might have went to college and been one of them girls that them niggas is talking about. That being said, you gotta bury the hatchet deep. I'm just saying. Then you gotta twist. You know what I'm saying? So understand that one of them young women is your mother. Go ahead, Shay. What's up? You want the response to the prompt? Club Shay. I don't know. Shay knew they up here. It's Shay. Going once? Going twice? Sold to the white tea man for a skinny face, light skinned girl. Nah. Somebody take my phone. I don't know why these kids leave the water dripping. That is the most annoying thing. I don't know. Cat Williams was on to something about that one. I'm just saying. I'm glad I ain't skinny. Take me out the group chat. The fuck? Let me see. All right, well, when we can open up the panel for now. You good, Shay?
Can you Allie, you missed when what's his name tried to come here? Dr. Julio tried to come in here. Since said, you can't bring your weird ass up in here. She blocked him?
Nah, I just left him in the queue, and then I dropped him out the queue, and he requested back up. But I told him, I was like, nah, because you'll be coming on here talking about single baby mothers, and you made one.
I don't know how he forget that part. How do you forget that part?
He be bashing the shit out of black women. Talking about get single baby mothers is. You made one. You made a single baby mother. You ain't married that lady. And thank God, because as harmful as he has become, that probably was always who he is. You know what I'm saying? So good.
A nigga who looked like a Siamese cat could never tell me a motherfucking thing. Please.
I told him, I said, you made a single baby mother and you light skin? You gotta go. I'm good on that. I'm do them light skin niggas. Not too much piss brown. I don't like him.
I don't either.
When he held that live and he tried to lie and say black women have more children by different men than black men, and he leaving out the fact that is talking about how many children black women have when I think it's like 19 to 25. And the same thing for black men when they 19 and 25. By the time black men are 40, they typically have more than 2 children. And somebody told him about the stats, and even though they told him about the stats, he went and looked it up. He tried to double down on the rhetoric, and he's still saying it. So that's the cognitive dissonance there. It's like, y'all prove me wrong, but I'ma still keep saying this harmful shit, which tells me that you just want to disparage black women. You just want to shit on us. So you feel guilt and shame surrounding whatever happened to the single baby mother you created. Something about that makes you feel ashamed. Something
Mind
about
you,
that makes he did something. Probably
mind you, he comes from a 2-parent household.
that's them niggas that go to college and be telling black men you should get in trades.
He ain't finished college.
I'm not even talking about him. I'm saying in general, that's what it's like. It's like them black men that like the dude HBIC. I'm not never gonna forget his name on here because he really be on this app claiming that he went to college. He has a bachelor's or some shit like that. But he be telling black you can't trust the Julio. Please, thank you for grabbing your heartbeat, Shay. I mean Shawnee. Shay got me fucked up. But you went to college and you be telling young black boys they don't need to go to college. They should go to trades. That's fucking diabolical. You know what that means, right? You don't, and that's when they say men are competitive. You think that's a form of competition? It's not. You don't want young black boys to be educated. You don't want them, because college is where you learn a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, soft skills. Like the ability to comprehend. Shawnee knows a lot more about it. But she speaks more to this than I can. But you are trying to take that opportunity from young black boys and
They
tell
want
them to
to
go in trades.
they want to be this nigga. They want to be him. If they got college, they got a nice house, they got a nice car, they make money, and they fit the 666 description. They want to be Thanos so bad. Y'all remember when he put the glove on and the electricity ran through his fucking veins? I will listen. This is who they want to be.
Is that the same electricity they get when they slide the ring on a woman's finger?
It's also, I think, as well, that the men that are telling young boys to go and get a trade and not go to college is because what's going to happen with the grifters like him if he doesn't have his next supply? You know, how is he going to survive and be revered and put on a pedestal if men are reading proper literature or, you know, textbooks and finding out that these grifters are just snake oil salesmen wearing a different suit and good cologne? Do you know what I mean? And I think that's probably why as well. But it is about competition. It's about having that power and control. It's the same reason why they don't want women their own age and they want them much, much younger. And that is again to make their minds more malleable and that they can indoctrinate them further. Yes, I'm Scottish. Whoever asked that in the comments. Wild Warrior Oracle. Yeah, I'm Scottish, love.
I would encourage anyone to go into trades versus college. I have BCom.
Listen, you know Dr. Julio does that too. It's not like one of the dudes that do it. He is one of the dudes that do it, right? Except that Dr. Julio himself doesn't have a college degree either. He doesn't even have a bachelor's, but he runs around on this app calling himself a doctor, right? He does not even have a bachelor's, okay? So, but he will be telling these young men that they need to go get a trade while he plans on going back to college himself. He plans on going back to college himself. So if you were to say to him, well, Dr. Julio, which trade do you think you're going to get? He's going to tell you none of them. He is going to college. So he's too good for trade, but he will tell y'all Negroes that trade is just right for you. He thinks he's above trade, but he will tell y'all niggas that trade is for you. Let it sink in. And to the point that Cha-Cha, them type of men love for y'all to go into the trades because you make enough money to pay him, but you're not smart enough to avoid him. You make enough money for him to scam you, but you're not smart enough to see it's a scam. They love that shit.
When you really think about it, because we talked about this on my live with Rita, it's actually a form of triangulation. When you like really sit and think about it, they're triangulating men against each other. That's why I said it's very much a red flag to have a degree and then tell people to not go to college. I just find that strange because I can't shut the fuck up about school in my undergrad experience. You ask me about it, I can ramble on about it for hours. If anything, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm the one that be telling y'all, go back to school to get another degree for the plot. And y'all sitting here discouraging one another all so you can have, y'all can, like, the end goal for all of this always boils down back to women. And y'all wonder why I be calling y'all pygmies. You wonder why. Because everything y'all do ties right back into women and the pursuit of women. This shit's crazy.
That's how I found myself in a live that say bring back finishing school.
I saw that yesterday. I'm like, Sin, where did you travel to on TikTok?
I don't know. And I was trying to be facetious, and then that nigga giggled about child SA, and I was like, oh, I'm out of here. He do too much.
We have Shelster up here. You was saying some interesting comments. Can you come up off mute and explain yourself, please?
Some stuff. I just recently joined the chat, but in my opinion, I think, like, I went to university. I hated every minute of it. I don't think I've really successfully used my BCom maybe to get a job that had nothing to do with that stuff. And currently I am working construction, building a house, and I am going to open up my own business, which relates somewhat to the BCom, but the stuff that I'm learning in construction is invaluable, and I think everyone should have some sort of education on some kind of trade. Like, the guys that I've dated in the past that know absolutely nothing about fixing anything are just useless. And, like, I feel like there's always going to be a need for that kind of work, like, you know, whatever it is.
I have a question. What's a BCom?
Oh, Bachelor of Commerce.
Okay, and are you going to use that to start your business?
I mean,
it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
Well, let me give you the answer.
I just need yes or no. I can't do the too much words.
Okay, then no.
Let me ask you a question then.
Why she straight lied, y'all?
No, let me ask you a question. As you're learning and investigating, right? Investigating what type of business you're going to open and how you're going to have it structured. Whether it would be are you looking at sole proprietorship or LLC or like what kind of corporation are you looking to brand it at to begin with? So wonderful. And and did you learn the difference between a sole proprietorship and an LLC and S corp and all that other kind of stuff at your construction job or in one of your business classes?
I relearned it through a meeting that I had with an accountant.
No, where did you learn it the first time? Because you
yellow.
Hold on, no. I'm going somewhere.
No, because if she lied to Sin, she's gonna lie to you.
So listen, no, because she said she relearned it. Hold on. She said she relearned it. Where did you learn it the first time?
You already know the answer to that.
Where did you learn it the first time?
You do know the answer.
No, you tell me the answer. I wasn't there with
I
you. I
don't know
just
the
met you now.
answer. I don't know the answer, lovely. Tell me.
So the first time I learned anything to do with business was in business school.
Ah, okay, I'm back on mute.
However, I'm 50 and I've forgotten everything I've learned.
But you are
So
admitting that the foundation was laid and you did know, at least remember some of the basics. So are you, it sounds like you're doing the thing that we're saying you're doing is you're basically saying college was a waste.
you definitely, for
So
me,
what, I don't know what
me,
you
yeah.
did. Again, I'm sorry. I'm
Was
sorry.
college a waste or did you waste college?
What's your race
For
and
me,
pronouns?
He's a fair white
Shilster.
people.
Shilster. What's your race and pronouns, please?
my race.
Yeah, ma'am.
White. Sorry, I've
Yeah,
never been.
listen,
Now,
don't
what's
let
your
these
pronouns?
Wahite people come into black spaces disparaging college, because that should be the fucking plan. Don't look, this
All
is not my
right,
space, but I'm
then.
gonna tell you right now, the idea that a Wahite person would come into a black space and then down talk education, that shit sounds like what y'all been doing for the last few hundred years.
Hey, sorry,
Listen,
I
not the
didn't know
fact
this
that
was
you
a
would
black
fucking do
space.
that. Do you see, the thing is, it's either one of two things. It's either that you're doing the shit on fucking purpose because you're hoping to spread anti-education propaganda into black spaces, or number
Hell
two, you're so fucking ignorant that you wouldn't realize that that's what you're doing, right? You have no concept of how important education has been to black people while you come here in a black room and spread anti-education propaganda. Do you not understand that one of the only saviors of black people has been our education? The only mobility for us has been education. Our daddy doesn't give us money to start businesses. We start from the ground up, and the very first person has to go and get their education so that they're able to get a job that makes a certain amount of money so that they can put aside a couple coins for the next generation. We are literally several hundred years behind you. You're talking about the benefits of your whiteness and talking about anti-education in a room full of black people. This is one of the most anti-black racist type bullshit, whether you realize that you're doing it or not. That is literally what the fuck is happening. Yeah, off
Sister,
you go.
Yeah,
I
I think
dropped
I
her.
was number two.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. I dropped her. I just want to see something. See if it'll work out for me. Just real fast, if you could accept that invite. If not, understandable. Just real fast.
So I see a comment about college don't teach you about different business formations. This is my entrepreneurship textbook.
What are we talking about?
And here, oh my God, on page 236, starting on page 235, choosing a form of business organization. You got sole proprietorship right here, and then you got a cute little compare and contrast chart on the different business formations ranging from sole proprietorship. You got two different types of partnerships, general and limited. You got two different types of corporations, C Corp or S Corp, and then that LLC shit that y'all be obsessed with, especially on Twitter. Like, what are we talking about? They got a whole section in here
Shawnee,
about it.
Shawnee, do you want to
Stop
know?
playing in my damn face, y'all.
Listen, do you want to know why I could even list off? Are you talking about S corporation or C corporation or LLC or Soul? Do you know why? Because when my kid's father, my first husband, and I were dating, when we were dating, he was taking business 101, and I was so thirsty for that motherfucker that I used to go to class with him in business 101. I wasn't even in that class. All right, I wasn't even in that class. I wasn't fucking enrolled. I wasn't a business major. I was just so thirsty for that nigga that I used to go to my classes and some of his classes too, just to sit next to his ass. So in the class, while I was haphazardly listening to a class that's not my class, they had the lecture about the different business corporations. I am 44. We're talking about shit I did when I was 18. That when this lady comes up here and talks about her being 50 years old and she can't remember it, and that was her fucking major, and I used to haphazardly sit in that class because I liked the boy in the class, and I fucking remember. If that is the case, we are the superior race, and I don't want to hear nothing else.
I feel a type of way, y'all. I don't really like this, cause what's your name over here? I'm Claire. You said this is a white. Yeah, I did mean to invite you. You said this is a white only space. I mean, a black only space. What are you talking about? Cameron come up here all the time. Plenty of
The
white
re-
people. Like it been white tea men up here today. What are you
Wait,
talking about?
I think she
Speaking
was
of
trying
white
to
people,
say,
where's Jeff?
Well, hold up. She's friends with Kay and some of our mutuals. So I'm not, baby, are you?
yeah. No, no, no. I think she was saying she was trying to inform her to read the room.
Child.
She
I'm
was
about
trying to tell her to read the room, y'all. Please
to.
don't jump down on
In
Claire
this
because
in
she
this
was telling
specific
her.
conversation is what she's saying. This is a black only conversation. But the woman she said it to mistook it and said, what did you say? Oh, my fault. I didn't know this was a black only space. That's not what this is.
First of all, I didn't say it was a black only space.
No, 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 not you. Claire was telling her, Ali explained it to me. Claire was telling her, like, for regarding this conversation, it's like for black people. She went and took that and ran it the wrong way and said, apologies, I didn't know it was just a black space.
can
So
I
that
take
was
responsibility?
mm-hmm.
Can I take responsibility for bringing it up in the first place? Because the
Yeah,
whole
me
reason
too.
why. No, no, but that's where I was going. I'm so glad you went there immediately because I got mad too because I realized what was happening is typically it's damn near always a YT marginalized group. That's why I asked their race and their pronouns because I was waiting for them pronouns too because they always feel proximity to us and will hear certain things and want to jump in a room, even though this isn't supposed to be like that. It's not just a black space. We're not just talking about black men, but the thing about her or they being socialized with other men, because that's what I wanted to come off mute and say earlier. The whole reason why Dr. Julio will send men to trades is because typically you're going to be re-socialized to be not around women. It's mostly men saying foul stuff, and any women that you find are just like them that just came up. So they gonna give you negative aura OP too. It's like you're not gonna be able to get better being around more men. That's the point. That is to get you more sick so you could come back for the next class. The first class is how to be more of a man for $59.99. The second class is how to talk to women because I just sent you to be around men for a majority of your life. So now you can't talk to women.
And then we tell y'all, I ain't gonna hold y'all. The white tea women that's in the comments handing her ass. They cooking her shit. Y'all doing right. Good job. That's what I'm talking about. We got an alley on the panel and some alleys in the comments.
Yeah, no, the thing is, it's not a matter about it being, and I'm only answering to it too because I'm the one that sat there and went the fuck off about being a YT person coming into a black space, talking about being anti-education with no care, concern, or historical knowledge or perspective as to how education has been the only thing that has given us a fucking chance in this godforsaken Wahite goddamn country that y'all dragged us in here to against our fucking will. Nobody even asked to be on this side of the goddamn planet if it wasn't for y'all ancestors. Nobody even fucking asked to be dragged to this side of the hemisphere outside of your goddamn ancestors. And then you created a system where the only thing after all these years of the shit that we've been through that gives us a fighting fucking chance is education. And you hop your scabby pasty ass up here on the goddamn panel to tell a room full of black people that education doesn't have value. Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? And yeah, you carry all that history with you. You carry all that history with you just like we carry ours. You carry all that fucking history with you. When you walked up on this, when you sashayed your ass up onto the goddamn panel to tell a room full of black people that education, it doesn't have any benefit. And let me tell you what else you did too. You showed your YT privilege the minute that you said that you didn't benefit from it, because we have to benefit from it. We have to benefit from it because we don't have ulterior motives. Without the education, there isn't another situation or circumstance that comes into play. Do you know why we have to go to college? To become business owners? Because we need to know the nigga that makes the loan. Y'all already fucking do. Your daddy already knows the daddy of the guy at the bank that approves the loans. Y'all already know them. We meet them at college. Right? All of these little networkings and shits it is that you come with your Wahite privilege, because your friend knows a friend that has an uncle that has a cousin, right? That connection that you made, we make those connections in college. Because our dad's friend who has a friend who has a cousin, that nigga's in jail. That nigga's in jail. All right? So the whole point of me crashing out on this shit is like, why are you coming here trying to pretend like you're not causing harm? You fucking know you are. And I'm landed.
Can I? Hi, gorgeous girl. Look at that beautiful girl. Hi. Hello, beautiful. You're so big now. You're so tall.
Hey, Happy. Good morning, love bug. How are
Gorgeous.
you? Happy.
I just wanted to co-sign what Yellow was saying, because heavy on. You did not ask to be here. I'm supposed to be in the motherland with my titties out, and y'all got me over here in the U.S. wearing bras and shit. I fucking hate y'all. I hate y'all real bad.
I co-sign everything that what Yellow said, given the fact that anti-intellectualism got the orange, tiny-handed hamburger in office. That's why most of the YT people put him in office, because they're not educated enough. So they did that on purpose, and now you're trying to replicate that stupidity and cult-like following within the black community, and it is tone deaf, and it's not having awareness of the impact of words. Impact over intent. But instead of just apologising and saying, do you know what, I read it wrong, I see where you're coming from, I understand, and move on, the Karens have to dig down, do you know what I mean, and ask for the manager. So I absolutely co-sign what Yellow said too, and I mean it. And Yellow doesn't swear that often, so you know you've really pissed everybody off when you've said that. So I agree with Yellow 100%.
So education definitely doesn't, I say this all the time, I'm gonna say it again. Education doesn't, like college education doesn't stop racism and doesn't stop misogyny, but it definitely mitigates the risk. And the difference in what it looks like for women who get college educated versus those who don't is, it literally determines how many children they have, how likely they are to be in abusive relationships, how likely they are to leave abusive relationships. And I'm gonna mute up because y'all already know what the hell the goings is when Harper hand me a book, because my baby is not gonna be like you nakers. The dudes that be coming up here, if you want a star, whatever your name is, Shelster, if you want to further have it reaffirmed for you, I don't play that shit about education with mine. I'm gonna read this book, so y'all can have it open pen real fast. So let me read this to the baby.
Vanity. I'm sorry, Cha-Cha.
Also, I want to point out really quick, if you went to school and you felt like it was a waste of your time, it's because your goofy ass was probably studying a subject you was not interested in. Because I can tell you, just from me going to community college, my fashion marketing degree that I have, all the shit that I learned as far as soft skills and just overall other stuff that I learned. Because y'all don't be going to school for shit that y'all like. Y'all go to school for subjects that you're not interested in, but you like it because you think it's going to make you a lot of money, and then you make the money, and then you're still fucking miserable because your ass don't even like anything that you do.
Shawnee, add this clock in real quick. I'm just inserting it like I'm parentheses. No, they go to college for what their daddy told them to take. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Because a lot of y'all's parents, especially y'all's parents that are well off, they sit there and try to tell y'all what to go to school for. And trust me, I know this because I went to school with people like this. They could only study certain fields, otherwise they wasn't getting their education paid for. One of my friends had to lie. One of my friends that I met in college had to lie to her mother about what she was going to school for because her mom was not going to pay for her to get a degree in merchandising, fashion merchandising, which is basically same thing I went to school for. Fashion marketing, merchandising, they're the same thing. So imagine your parents having a hold on you like that to where you have to lie about what you're actually studying in school just to get them to pay. Even if my mom had the financial means to pay, which to an extent she did, because she did pay for me to go to community college, because I didn't qualify for financial aid at that time, she didn't tell me I had to study a certain subject in order for her to pay for it. I told her I was going to school for hospitality management. She was like, okay, that's it. But y'all's parents be having y'all in a chokehold over that shit, and it's kind of sad when you really think about it too. But I can't relate because my mom didn't dictate what I could go to school for. I studied what I wanted to do.
I don't know what my baby just did on my Gmail, but she opened up. It got a whole ass code on it. So now
Can I?
I'm looking
Can,
at coding books for babies.
can I? Oh, you know what? Let me check mine because I think I paid for that foolishness. Letting my Gigi, letting my boo boo touch on stuff, girl. I checked my. It said $100. But let me tell y'all, and I owe y'all an apology, not because I did something wrong, but baby, I'm Shawnee. The organization that you bring to this group, I'm looking at these emails and I'm like, I only know one Shawnee. Baby, I've been slipping. Y'all been on the roll. Shawnee has put forth all of this information and to make sure we stay on track and to better ourselves. And I've been slipping. Can I say thank you, Shawnee? This is amazeballs. Oh my God, Shawnee, you are that girl, and everybody else is doing it. And I'm so sorry I have not been participating. I will participate more from this point on. Shawnee, you're that bitch. I love you.
I call her a human CRM.
Listen, I'm so far. Whatever you've been doing, June, I've been doing less. I can't even tell you how many notifications I have in Discord right now. I be shaming myself. But I'm gonna add this as well, right? On the context of education. Because like this shit really has me pissed off. The idea that a Wahite person came in here into a room full of black people and was like, education doesn't matter. Right? Because let me tell you something. When the niggas do it, it's because they're fucking ignorant. It's because they're fucking ignorant. When y'all do it, it's because you have a plot and a plan. Education is what gives us the doctors in our community that don't unalive us. It's what gives us the nurses in our community that stand up for us. It's what gives us the attorneys in our community that stand by us when people are trying to fuck us over. It gives us the judges that treat us fairly. It gives us the higher level police officers that don't stand for us being unalived in the street. It's what gives us the business owners and those who help other ones that want to push forward business owners. It gives us the teachers in our schools for our children that aren't abusing them, misleading them, forgetting them, and leaving them the fuck behind. to tell Black people that our education doesn't matter. It gives us the accountants that do reach out and give people financial assistance. It gives us the accountants that give our businesses that are just beginning with none of daddy's money, none of daddy's friends, that they're coming off from the bottom and they're still kind of coming up negative, and they're working a job and a half while opening a business all at the same fucking time. And they're trying to figure out how to run that shit, and they give them a discounted rate because they're like, bitch, I see you. I see what you're trying to do. Let me give it to you for a quarter of the fucking price. No. You know what? Don't even worry about it. Pay me later. You know what? Don't even worry about paying me this year. Pay me next year when you make profit. Right? Those are the people that education benefits for us. And you with your fuck shit dare come up here and tell Black people, a room full of Black people, that education doesn't matter. Education is the only thing that has our community surviving. Because it sure ain't y'all. And it sure ain't the systems that y'all put in place. Education is the thing that made us even recognize that redlining is happening to us. Education is the only thing that even makes us recognize the weird ass shit that y'all continue to do till today. Education is the only reason that we know anything. Education gives us pride. Education makes us feel good, makes us feel human in a world and a system that is constantly fighting with everything that it has to make us feel and believe that we're not. Education propels us forward. Education changes this conversation that we're having today to what we're talking about today, instead of what's going on in whoever's housewives or whatever the fuck. Because honestly, instead of what's going on in whoever's housewives or whatever the fuck. Because honestly, yeah, maybe we have those conversations. They say, let's go ahead and not get educated. Let's go ahead and have people in our community that don't see it, and have people in our community that don't see it's important. Let's go ahead and have people in our community that don't provide those things for us. Y'all wanted to read. Y'all wanted us uneducated so badly that you would unalive any of us that you found reading, even if that was a child. Y'all children, and this is the thing, right? Y'all children understood how important and foundational reading was, that your children would sneak and teach us on accident, not realizing they're doing anything wrong because they understood. Y'all the ones that beat your own children for teaching our kids to read. Little Timmy, right? Little Timmy that thought that he was just playing with our son was like, hey, I got this book from my mommy. You want to see it? Y'all lashed our child and beat your own to make sure we wouldn't have education. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Education is saving, Rita's education is saving her community. Rita's education identifies needs in her community. Rita's education puts implementations and plans into progress, into action to keep us alive. Alive. Education, herbiculture, feeds us. What the fuck are you talking about? Just because you didn't do shit with yours, you want to come into a panel full of Black people and say education doesn't matter? Fuck you. And the horse you rode in. And your lies about not remembering what a goddamn LLC is. Because earlier I told you, I remember that shit from over 20 years ago because I sat in a class trying to be next to a boy in a class that I didn't even register for. Fuck you. You had a whole major in it and you don't remember shit from it? You're a liar. You're a liar. And you're the type of Wahite people that like to see us suffer while y'all casually continue to grow and thrive. The joke is That y'all uneducated motherfuckers, y'all that are uneducated, put somebody in there that's harming all of you. That's the key. All right, I got enough for now. I might have more later, but this is what I got for now.
Okay, I think Obsidian was raising his hand in the comments, and then we got to go to Miramil, and then I would like to say something really briefly after her, and then we have this guy.
I'm gonna be really brief. I just wanted to update Vanity. That was an uneducated field light that came in here and said that they built houses for a living. That is not an occupation. You can be a carpenter, you can be a plumber, you can be an electrician, you can do HVAC, but building houses is not a goddamn occupation. So that was a cash for labor field light trying to tell us college ain't important. Fuck that.
Miramil,
Hey, good morning, y'all.
good morning.
Um, Shelter, I think I still see her, creeping around in the chat. So I just wanted to share this and hopefully it gives some perspective. I don't have any hope that you'll actually walk away from this conversation having learned anything just based off of how you're moving in the comments. But for the sake of argument, I was in college back in 2008 to 2012. I was part of a student advocacy group. During that time, we would protest wherever we could find opportunities to protest. One protest that we participated in was in DC. There was a meeting of lawmakers where they were discussing the possibility of defunding things like Pell Grants because they felt that we didn't have enough people who were interested in wage labor. We didn't have enough people who were interested in working in trades. We didn't have enough people who were interested in working at McDonald's and flipping burgers for a living. Everybody wants to go to college all of a sudden. We're flooding the market for higher education, and we're not creating enough jobs that people who graduate from with higher education degrees, whether it's a master's or bachelor's, actually have opportunities to utilize those degrees and succeed. So their solution to that is what? Not create more jobs, funnel people back into poverty, into wage labor, into hard labor. And who are the people who are going to suffer? People who are in marginalized communities, people of color, people who grow up in poverty. They are telling these people, we've created an avenue for success for you, but we're actually going to shut the door. Enough of y'all have made it through. We're going to shut the door and we're going to send y'all back where you came from, back to working at McDonald's and being the janitor in the schools that will not let you in. These are the conversations they were having 20 years ago. And we're here now talking about, oh, y'all need to get involved in the trades. You are perpetuating a talking point that has been used for now decades and generations, because Yellow pointed out the history of the desire to keep black people and people of color uneducated. That extends to indigenous populations, that extends to our Latin populations where they do not have appropriate programs for kids who speak English as a second language to actually continue and proceed and matriculate along with their peers. You are perpetuating these things, and I need you to stop. It's not helpful, and you're arguing with people in the comments as if you have a real point and a leg to stand on. Sit down and listen as someone who is not participating in these communities, who is not engaged in these communities, and knows nothing about what people in these communities experience on a day-to-day basis. It is enraging to sit here and listen to you go off like this in the comments or trying to defend yourself on the panel. So I'll land. Thank you, Yellow, for that drag. It was much needed. And y'all have a good day. I just came up here to say my little piece.
Thank you, Miramil. You kind of went into what I wanted to touch on, probably not as articulate as you were, but thank you for sharing that. Um, I think Barry fucked up the timeline again, y'all. Because when we have white tea people coming around saying you don't have to go to college, that you can go and learn a trade, where are we? And just thinking on a larger scale, if all the white tea people are telling other white tea people, you don't have to go to college, you can just learn a trade, specifically in the time frame where black men are being encouraged to do trades because there's money to be made and that there is a high need for it. What does that mean for the black men now? Because if all the white T men start flocking and going into the trades and they're dominating, going into the colleges, yeah, yeah. Wrap this shit up. Go ahead, this guy. I'm gonna pass the mic to you.
Appreciate that, sister. Uh, I only joined because I was invited up because somebody was saying when Miss Yellow was speaking, oh, that's some light skin whatever, and I was just like, now it's not the time for that. You know what I'm saying? We're speaking on issues.
Wait,
Y'all know who he was saying it to, right?
and if he requests up, I'm gonna drop this box.
I
You
don't
don't.
care.
Who was it? And I want to know, when is the time for it?
It was Jay Will.
Oh, Jay Will
That,
said that's some light skin shit.
No, he. I
That's
like,
don't
who
think
I
he
don't
said
know.
that.
that's who he
I
mentioned.
had just like
I
I
think
had
he
just
Hold
said
came
on,
he
into the
ain't
live
never.
when that happened.
Hold on,
hold
this
on, this
guy.
guy.
Hold on.
Oh,
I was reading the comments thoroughly. Jay
Okay.
said he ain't never heard Yellow go off like this. And this guy commented and said, now is not the time for that.
oh, Lord have mercy. First of all,
He
if
didn't
it
say
was
nothing about light
even
skin shit.
even if that's what he said, that's some light skin shit or whatever, and it was Jay Will that said it, I would have took that shit like a joke. That's why I was like, oh, it's Jay Will that said that. Okay, whatever. Jay Will is the homie, and my name is Yellow, and it says it under my name. So if he said Yellow, that's because look underneath my profile picture. The name is Yellow underneath there.
Jay Will never said that's some light skin shit. So this guy is lying.
Okay,
Even if
so
Jay
if
Will
y'all
said
can,
it, it'd have been a joke.
if
We
I
can
can
go back.
finish my
Wait,
statement.
this guy, hold on. I want you to know that I can go on as the host. I can click on everybody's name and see all their last comments. And within the last comments he's made in the last 30 minutes, he never said anything like that. All he said was her name is Yellow, Goofy. So, and he's a friendly, so we joke like that. Read the room.
So can I finish?
Mm-hmm. You came up here for
So
that?
like I was saying, if like I was saying, I had just got into I had just scrolled up to this live. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't in here the whole time. I just got in here, took it as how I saw it, responded to it, and then was invited up. That was it. That was all.
Because you jumped on him for no reason. I'm trying to figure out why.
I just explained why.
So you
Yellow.
prematurely,
People said that's that beige rage.
you prematurely
Yeah, I saw it. I was cracking the fuck up.
went off on him, and for what?
Went
You didn't
off?
even
No.
understand the context of what was
I
being
didn't go.
said.
I don't know if y'all know what goes off means, but no,
Not
I
I'm
saw it,
sorry, you didn't go
responded to
off.
it,
You responded unfavorable,
and that was
unsatisfactory.
it.
Can you
not
hear
this
me,
is
And
this
then I
when
was,
guy?
this
Can
is
you?
and then
when
I was just,
attempts at
and I was invited up, and now I'm up.
Yes, and I'm
That's
the one
it.
who invited you up. You started
Okay.
to at him back because you misunderstood instead of you getting the context. He didn't
I
say
responded
anything
to him.
toward
I
Yellow.
responded in the comments
I know you're
and
trying to
was
go back to
invited
the
up.
plot. I already know what happened. I read the comments.
Okay.
You got
this
an
is when black
apology?
male
Hold on.
protection goes
Do
wrong.
do
Like you
you
thought
have
you
an
were coming up here to be
apology?
protective, and it just went wrong.
Do you have an apology for him?
I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I saw a
All right.
comment.
So
I
yeah. So the
responded.
masculinity is fragile. Exhibit A right here. Instead of you owning up and saying you misread, you misunderstood, you jumped the GUN,
I
you
stated
would
that
rather
already.
stand 10 toes in being wrong because you want to come after Jay Will. And I hope he requests up and go off on you because that was unwarranted. It was unwarranted. And instead of you saying my bad, dog, I misread what you were saying. I thought you
I
meant
didn't
something
know it
else.
was a my bad dog
Hold
moment
on, just
until right now.
I think Jay Will might be busy because he ain't responded in a minute, and I sent him an invite, so he might be at work. Unlike this guy.
I think that's the thing. This guy, it took you that long just to say, do you know what? I got it wrong. My bad. That was all that had to happen. And this is what we're talking about on the prompt about the male fragility. Ali was absolutely spot on in pointing that out. Look, we've clarified it. There's been an error. Sorry about that. I'm going to move on. Rather than all this to and fro, and just to say, listen, it was my bad. I was hoping that Yellow wasn't getting attacked, and I was trying to protect the women on the panel. That's fine, and then it can get moved on. But men tend to have to be correct instead of just fucking owning up to mistakes. I've done that loads of times in the comments, went for somebody and then misunderstood the whole circumstance. We do it often, so we have to kind of just take ourselves out of it and go, do you know what? I got it wrong. I'm really sorry about that. And then that's the end of it. But men seem to fucking drag it on and never take accountability and then say, oh, well, I already apologised. Nobody heard it through your moaning and mumbling. So what the fuck?
Submit.
Anyway, there's a new guy on the panel called Coach. Coach, can we get your age and your thoughts on the prompt?
Can you hear me now?
I
Yeah.
dropped him because he's clearly not going to apologize. So don't be in the comments about some y'all drop me before I can apologize. Go ahead, Coach.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm 41, and what's the current prompt right now? Because I was coming up to talk about the college situation and the trade conversation for a bit. Because I am a truck driver by trade. I've been a truck driver since the age of 21, and while I'm not against college, I think it's very predatory for 18, 19, 20, and 21-year-olds to go into college right out of high school, especially when they haven't had any life experiences. So I believe that everyone should have a trade as a backup, especially if you need money, because a lot of these trades will start paying you very well very early, which will give you the money so that you don't have to go into debt when you go into college. I know plenty of people that have, gone into truck driving, made $70,000, $80,000 in 2 to 3 years, and then they have a better understanding of life and being an adult and know what they want, and they don't go and get $100,000 in credit for college and then have no way of paying it back because these
Yeah, that's
colleges.
not how much school really costs. It costs $100 to go to Columbia. The average American is qualified to go to Columbia. That's not how much it costs. And I'm saying this as a person that went to community college and that wrote the trades and is on my black ass way to an accreditation meeting. That is not what happens. So no, college is not predatory for 19-year-olds. And as
College is
a truck
predatory for
driver,
19 year olds.
as a
Sorry,
truck
sorry, sorry.
driver, I would hope that you know they are automating that industry as we speak. And so you are harming young men by telling them to go for a job that will not exist 10 years from now. If the trades were worth what they wouldn't be encouraging niggas to go. They would be hoarding it for themselves. They are encouraging y'all to get trades so that they can hoard college for themselves.
Throwing a rock and hiding their hand.
Yeah. Can I
Let
add
me
to that?
hold on one second. Let me name some of the states that have free or reduced cost community college. That's going to be Arkansas, California, Delaware, Hawaii, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana. I feel like Wacko from Animaniacs, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oklahoma, Oregon, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Washington, Colorado, Michigan, New Hampshire.
Can I add that the trades that everybody keeps touting are at the community college? That's where most of these programs are. If you try to seek these trades outside of the community college, the cost is about $45,000 per year So the same complaint that you have about traditional four-year colleges, and they provide far less financial aid because a lot of them are for-profit schools. So some of them are not even eligible to receive federal financial aid, which ends up putting kids in debt because they don't even finish the programs. And part of the reason they don't finish the programs is because their math skills are not on par with someone who is in the 12th grade, right? And their reading skills are not on par with someone who's in the 12th grade. I've worked with manufacturing programs that are seeking to recruit high school students, and they cannot pass the math portion to get into the CAD programs. They cannot pass the math portion to get into the clean manufacturing sections and all of that. So, and I will say that most of the time, it is the boys who cannot do it. And they are now recruiting girls because the girls are able to pass the sections, right? The girls are able to read. And part of the reason that I've seen for that with the last 18 years of my career being in, you know, um, economic development, college and career readiness, and education, and in city government, is that men are telling boys that school is not important. Men are telling boys not to go to college. And when they say that, and I'm hands on the ground trying to figure out what is happening, and what I figured out is that when I say, okay, they say, okay, I want to be an electrician. And I say, okay, let's get you signed up for the community college. And they say, oh, no, I don't want to go to college. My dad said, my uncle said, some strange man in the community said, college isn't for everybody. That message is primarily impacting young Black boys, like Rita said. That messaging is specifically targeted at young Black boys, right? So you all think you are doing a service by saying that. But I will also tell you that by only encouraging Black boys to go to trades and go to community college, you are creating a permanent Black underclass. That is part of the goal of that, because the truth be told about even those trades, the trucking and everything else, is that you are not telling them about the racial disparity that also tries to keep them out of the trades. And the same thing goes for Black girls, because while they can complete the requirements to get into those fields, they are then bullied out of those fields by people who think that Black people are coming to steal their jobs, right? So we have to stop doing that. And I'm glad BPG just came in, because one of the things that I think is important to note is that we need Black people in the arts. We need Black filmmakers, right? Look at the impact that Ryan Coogler has had on the community, right? Unimaginable. And giving Black kids a way to see themselves not being a gangster, not being just a blue collar laborer. And I'm not shading blue collar laborers, but Black kids need to see Black people in more than those roles, right? So, BPG is doing that work to introduce the arts to them. But we need our imaginations in order to survive. Our ancestors used their imaginations in order for us to get where we are now. And that is numerous inventions, numerous medical breakthroughs, all of that stuff done by Black people. We need that more now, more than ever. And I'm not like, kudos to you for being out on the road, all of that stuff, yay. However, let's stop pigeonholing boys, because they can get the trade while they're in high school, but they won't even show up to the classes. And I've seen this with my own eyes. They can be a plumber, electrician, they can do CAD, they can get construction, all of that stuff in high school, and they will not show up to class. So do more focus on understanding what the landscape actually looks like, instead of thinking that people are trying to feminize boys by trying to get them to go and get education that goes beyond the imagination of someone who has only visualized themselves being in a blue collar job.
Let me tell you,
Can I respond?
I'm
Can I respond?
seething
Because
right now.
y'all are
She's
saying a
going to go,
lot,
and then
Hold on one
and I
and
second.
definitely
then
need
I've
to
got mine.
Hold
respond.
on.
So Leah,
Hold on, coach. Let me say one thing, and then I promise I'm gonna go for a walk after I say this. I'm gonna listen, but I'm gonna just walk around a little bit, because I'm actually getting really angry. I'm actually getting really angry.
He don't care. He just want to talk. He ain't listening, but go ahead. I want, hold on, Yellow. Let me just say this, right? Breathe, take a deep breath. I want us to remember that we are not trying to convince this guy, because this is going to go on my YouTube. This conversation, because we know that men like him don't give a fuck, they not really listening. He's just listening to respond. Breathe. The conversation as a whole is for those who are receptive to the information. The young girls and young boys, young men and young women who will hear this and feel inspired to at least look into colleges. Okay, so it's sad that that it has to be a black man who probably has children, right? Or who would call himself a mentor is the one that's saying this, but it's not surprising. So I want y'all to, while y'all are saying these things, focus on the message and those who are receptive as opposed to trying to explain something to him. Let that shit go.
All right. All the time, continuously, we hear black men say, you need black male teachers. But you simultaneously tell these motherfuckers not to go to college. How the fuck do you think they're going to become teachers? How the fuck do you think they become teachers? You say y'all can't go to therapy because you need black male therapists. How the fuck do you think they become black male therapists? How the fuck do you think that happens? While you tell them that they shouldn't go to college and it's a waste of money and it's this big loan and it's whatever shit. Your boys can't fucking read. They can't fucking read. Black girls are finding a way, even in this horrible education system that we have, to come out reading. They're finding a way to take them 097 classes when they get out of high school. They're finding a way to make their way through. Black boys are not in masses. And y'all say that the only fucking people that black boys listen to are black men. And then you tell the black men not to go to college. So that when the black boys go to school, there are no black men as teachers. What the fuck is the matter with y'all? What the fuck is the matter with y'all? Like, can you not see 2 steps ahead? Listen, there's a saying where they be like, this is chess, not checkers, fool. Y'all are playing duck, duck, motherfucking goose. It's checkers, right? That's what y'all think? It's not checkers, it's chess. Y'all are playing duck, duck, fucking goose. They're playing chess and you're playing duck, duck, goose.
Can I add in just a small bit? Coach, you had said at the beginning that kids coming out of high school at 18 and 19, college would be predatory for them. In college, they are surrounded by their own peer group. In an apprenticeship, there might only be 1 or 2 of those young people, and then it's grown adults that they're around. And especially for men that are in their 30s and 40s, maybe in their trade, I would worry about a 19-year-old being around them, especially if it's a woman getting into a trade. And they're already inhospitable places for women and femme presenting people. So for young teenagers to go into that environment, that's exactly where the predators are. Without the supervision, without the kind of proper channels, that's what puts those young people at risk. At least if they're in college, for the most part, they're going to be around their peers, and that is going to be a safer option than being around a 30-year-old man. And you only have to listen to the men that are here on this app or anywhere in the world and really listen to what they're saying to see how predatory they actually are. So college is safer than being around middle-aged men 100%. And I say men because it's mostly men, in fact, that are the most violent. But we hear men all the time trying to target young women under the age of 25 because they're more amenable. So these are things that you might not consider, because of male privilege, and that's understandable, but education in itself is worth it. And then, you know, if they get more practical experience, fine. But I think that we understand that it's not one size fits all. But like 20 said, there's other issues like literacy and numeracy that people are struggling with. So I think that if you're really wanting to support the younger community, you have to understand what they're going through and understand what their challenges are. And I don't think enough men actually look at that or consider that. It's just, oh, well, you should just do this. And Yellow was absolutely right again. They need the degrees in order to continue that education at a decent level. I'll land there.
You can respond, Coach.
Before he responds,
All
can
right.
I also say
Let
that
him
just real,
respond. Let him
real
respond.
okay.
20. Let him respond.
So first, I'm going to call you out, Neverson. This is just strictly on the poisoning of the well.
You see what I'm saying, 20? Just you see why I want him to respond? Go ahead and make your point. You don't want to respond to nothing they said? I muted you. You can come off mute.
All I'm saying, I just want to make it clear, when you mute someone and then you project a whole bunch of stuff, that's called poisoning the well. It's a logical fallacy. You do it a lot.
Okay.
Normally, you're in the right, but
All
you
right.
didn't
All
know
right.
me
All
at
right. All
all.
right. All
I
right. All
came
right.
with
All
the
right. All
same
right. All
one
right.
thing.
Can
So
you
I'm calling
please
that out.
respond? Can you respond?
Okay. First, we have to look at college as an institution as it is. Over 70% of people don't use their college degrees, and they
Go ahead, 21.
Oh, child.
I'm sorry, 21. Hold on a
You
second,
got
coach.
it.
you keep
Hold on,
muting
coach.
me.
Hold on 1 second. I am going to keep meeting you. I love everything you say, 21. I admire you greatly as a person. I needed to stop and check in and see if any of that was being received. Because what I was saying was y'all have the conversation with the people that's have it from the standpoint of people that's willing to listen. Right now, he is in the point where he has not proved that he heard anything y'all said or acknowledged it. He
Poisoning
just
the
wants
well,
to.
poisoning the well. You haven't even let me
The
respond
first
yet. You
step,
know, you haven't even let me
hold on,
respond
coach.
yet.
Hold on, coach. The first stat that he was about to give,
Poisoning,
y'all already proved.
poisoning the.
I think it was you, 21, who proved it wrong already when you said something fucking 15 minutes ago. And even though you said that thing already, he's still gonna respond with the misinformation that you've already disproved.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's saying I'm poisoning the well. So I just wanted to check in. And because this is a conversation educating black people about college, I'm going to drop him for the free ski. Because this is mad fucking harmful. That's mad harmful. Now you
Mm-hmm.
can carry on uninterrupted like you deserve. The fuck?
If you interrupt me, seeing that's fine. This is your space. I ain't got no problem with that. Um, child. The first thing I wanted to say that was from a while ago is that when young people are pushed into those spaces with adults, especially in blue collar, where there is a likelihood that the people who are in there have been in prison, right? Blue collar jobs are typically the ones that have exceptions for people who have felonies. And I'm not saying that people with felonies should not work, they should work, right? However, when they get exposed to young men and young girls, that puts those young people in danger. And I think Cha Cha was saying this as well. That puts them in danger. And so they need to be in a space where they can be free of manipulation, because even when we think about young girls are pushed into relationships with those adults, men, because they are scared, right? They've been badgering them every day at McDonald's. They've been badgering them every day at the factory, at Amazon, etc. And then y'all will turn and say that these little girls are just going out busting it wide open for these grown men, when the fact of the matter is they are harassing them, they're scared, and they do not have somebody in that space who will protect them, because all they're saying is that they're employees and they're grown. The other thing I want to address is this dumbass comment about people working in their field. It's not about the degree, it's about the skills. So if you have the skills to do it, then you are qualified, and then so you can be hired. Going to get a degree is not meant to just be able to get stuck in one field. When jobs change over every 20, 30 years, right? Previously, I would say previously, since the first industrial revolution, Jobs changed over every 20 years. So jobs that existed in the past don't exist today, and jobs that will exist in the future, and I mean even next year, next month, do not exist today. So we have to be able to understand how to go where the ball is, and we have to be able to teach our kids how to go where the ball is. Because even Good Times for You truckers is that trucking is looking at a 40% job loss for Black men by 2030. Yellow Corporation shut down. One day those men were at work doing their job, getting ready to get on the road, etc. And the next day they came in and they told them that Yellow was shutting down, period. And then what happened? Elon Musk came on the scene even more, right? During the pandemic, when the shutdowns happened and nothing was getting moved on the docks, those people did that on purpose because they were putting automated trucks on the docks, and they didn't want that, right? They have a plan already to revolutionize transportation in the United States. And even if the current president seems like he cares and he wants to keep people working in blue collar, no, he's trying to push you all down to agricultural work so that he can clear the way to make automated trucking, bullet trains, and all of the other high-speed rail projects that are coming, solely YT. I sat on a call last week with a partner who was talking about the rail projects that are coming, and that the contracts are opening up for the rail projects. And they were teaching people the steps to take in order to get involved with the rail projects as contractors to be able to make money. Do you know that I was the only Black person on the call? And this was an open call. Anybody could have got on this call. Anybody. I was the only Black person on the call. It's not my industry. It's not what I studied. Now, project management and city government and all of those things, yes, I have experience in. However, it's not my field, but I need to know that so that I can go tell my people, go get these railroad contracts and do whatever you can. Even if you can't build, go get the cleanup job, right? And I don't mean the job, but get the contract to bring the people to the cleanup or the delivery of the merchandise or wholesale or whatever, uniforms, anything that you can get involved in to be able to get in on that money, because the whole United States is a wealth grab. And I'm just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that so many Black men have so much hateful rhetoric, because it's not about what's being said. It's about the fact that it's coming from a woman. It's frustrating to no end. It doesn't matter what space I tell men or people this information in, the women got their ears perked up. But the men just want to argue and say, well, y'all got degrees and you ain't working in your field. Why should you be limited? That's all.
Go ahead, BPG.
No, everything that she said was spot on. When he said when he said that they should be going into truck driving, no, my skin crawled like immediately. Like that was, oh my God, that just made my skin crawl. And for so many reasons, because there was, I can't remember what article it was, but it was an article I read like maybe a year or so ago, and it was talking about the financial debt that truckers are getting into. Like, because people think that especially truck drivers, I'll say, they try to tout as if, you know, you get the CDL license, which you have to pay for. You go get the CDL license, you pick up the truck from this mysterious place of which you don't have to purchase said truck, or you don't have to have any maintenance for this truck, or you don't have to have any obligations for this truck. And then you just go and you drive back and forth and somebody's paying you. Except there are expenses that are tied to being a trucker. And the craziest part is that number that he was using for college, that's the number for trucking. Like men are literally having to use 6-figure loans and these predatory leases in order to be able to, if you want to be a truck driver where you have like your own, you're leasing a semi or something, like you have to have really large loans in order to be able to do that, and then you have to pay those off in order to be able to really make some money. You have so many things that are associated with that, and the highest cost to me is convincing boys to go into jobs where their body
has to be their body is the biggest contributor to how they make money. You have to consistently be healthy in order to be able to do that. You have to consistently be able to use your body as collateral in order to continue on that job, because if you get hurt, if you have an injury, you can no longer do that job, which immediately stops your cash flow. If you are educated, however, you do have some level of, you know what I mean, you have a backup plan, because nevertheless, you know what I mean, if you have education, then you have the ability to navigate even into different fields that are outside of what, you know, you may have studied. I studied film, and a lot of people, when I went to college to study film, thought that it was very stupid that I would go to college to study something that is essentially a quote unquote hobby, or something that, you know, you can just work in the industry and work your way up. Well, guess what? All of this stuff started happening with the unions, and the industry crashed. Quite literally. Most of my friends who were working independently only had the option of continuously working independently. And even if you were a part of a union, there are a lot of people who, even with the deals happening with the unions, they still don't have work. So guess what? I have a degree in film, and then I got my degree in marketing. I can teach. That's the next easiest step. Is because of the fact that I have education, not only can I teach, I can also work at marketing firms. I can do agency work, because of not only my credentials, but also because of the fact that I have certifications behind that. People are convincing these boys to go and use their bodies as collateral. They know that their bodies will eventually break down. So that means that cash flow will stop. And it keeps them in that cycle of poverty, because to me, it's that same trick that they used to pull with working at the plant. I will never, ever in my life forget my mom having that conversation with us, because my mom had all girls. And the first thing she told us was, I know you in the city, a lot of your friends is going, after high school, they're going to get in those plant jobs. Those jobs I can't say the underword, but those are unalive in jobs. Those jobs are jobs that you go into and you end up stuck, because when you're young, you think that fast money, it's the same thing as like smug dealers. They're telling you that, oh, it's so sweet that you can go into being a truck driver, or you can work at the plant and you can make $25 an hour. You can make $18 an hour. At 18, that's a sweet deal. Like that's something that's super cool when you 18, 19, 20. However, after a while, it starts to take a toll on your body. You can't do that for the rest of your life. Not to add, they're not even allowing for people to do that with those jobs anymore. You can't work at a plant for 20 or 30 years. You can't be a truck driver for 20 or 30 years. Like that takes a huge toll on your body. So to me, it's a game of not realizing that with you upholding capitalism, that you're defeating the purpose of desiring for boys to get out of that cycle of poverty by quite literally slamming them into it. Like that is what a lot of these men are doing.
And PG, we saw the cycle already, because for those men, and my grandfather included, who worked at Ford 40 years, it didn't get their families out of the cycle of poverty. Most of them, it was a LeBron dream. That's what I'm gonna call this now, right? That is exceptionalism. I call it a LeBron dream, because um, the next generation of their children or their grandchildren still landed back in the cycle of poverty, right? Because think about what happened in 2008 when the economy crashed. They took those people's pensions, and it just happened again with Yellow. They took those men's pensions overnight, no explanation. They said, sorry, we ain't got no money, we bankrupt, we can't pay your pensions out, gone. So it's not just as simple as go hop in a truck and risk your whole body, as BPG is saying, to be able to get a little bit of money. And it's really not a lot, because your expenses are going to cost you more. And if you were paying for a home, you probably wouldn't be able to say that you're pulling as much money as you say you're pulling. And I'll add one more thing about the college thing. The highest cost for students who go to college is the housing. The highest cost for a young person graduated from high school trying to make and establish themselves is the housing, right? Even for adults, it is the housing prices Most cities will tell you that they are short about 300,000 units for affordable housing. And that's not talking about the projects. That's talking about a person who goes to work every day, makes between 50 and 60, $75,000 a year to be able to afford an apartment, a house, or whatever, a dwelling to live in permanently. So cities don't even have enough affordable housing, and they know it, which is why homelessness is increasing so much, and even why nationwide so many even college students and people between the ages of 16 to 24 are struggling so badly with homeless and are inundating shelters, right? So it's not as easy as you say. So when you tell a 17-year-old that they should just go get in a trade, they do not know how to live on their own. They do not know how to establish bills or credit or anything like that. And college gives them exposure to people who do, and skills to figure it out, etc., in a safe space to be able to do that. So I can't tell. I can't.
Can I add to that it goes back to the prompt, it shows the male fragility of it all. Do you know, they are and it shows their lack of leadership. They're looking at the now because they're in a good position, perhaps, and they're getting a steady wage better than what they've maybe had before. They're trying to put this promise onto younger people, saying, look, this is great money, look at my lifestyle, not recognising that they have 20 years of previous work history building up to that moment. Whereas, like you said, these young people are just out of high school trying to figure things out, and places like college are the ideal spaces to do that, because there might be student support services that they can access and get that kind of a guidance going through it from older students who understand what happened in the first semesters or whatever. And I think the fragility of that, when we are looking at what these men are suggesting and kind of not picking it apart, but having the foresight to look at, what if, and to look at real life circumstances and challenges that these young people might face. And I think that's part of the problem, is that the men don't see or don't consider what happens after they've done 10 years of truck driving, and they've been working for themselves, but they haven't furthered their education. So what's next? What could be done next? And like you said, it's about, they expect people then to use their bodies as mules and continue that cycle of exhaustion. And so there's only so far you can go in truck driving. And I think that's the fragility of it all. That's good for him at that point, but he's not considering, well, if that 19-year-old boy or that 19-year-old girl gets into trucking, how do they develop their education? But they can't, because in order to make that money, they're having to work 60, 70 hours a week. And there's that kind of a lack of consideration, which really frustrates me about men. And again, it goes back to the prompt, and poor leadership, that they're just trying to give young people a cheat sheet that isn't really a cheat sheet, because all these other things have to be considered. Meanwhile, still kind of having the delusion and the lack of understanding about how men their age are a danger to young people. It's again the cognitive dissonance and the kind of a lack of awareness and understanding and actual care for young people to want them to succeed. They don't want that. They just want them to make money because that's what they're doing. And I think that's, again, we want better for our young people going forward. Whatever I want my daughter to have more opportunities, more chances in life. These men are happy with, well, this is good for me, so it's good enough for the younger people, not recognising the world's changing. It's so bizarre.
Well, he sure showed y'all. Like, he sure told y'all. Yeah, that's the masculinity that's fragile, I swear. It's like I don't know nothing. This is all that I know. So I won't be receptive to any new information, but I'll also prevent others from getting the information. And that's what's scary. Yeah, I cooked.
And it's true. And to me, it's really sad. I had a student, sweetest little boy. Um, I was having a conversation with my students about HBCUs, and they didn't. Most of them didn't know what that was. Like there were a few of them that did. But when I started having a conversation about like what their options were, for one, they thought that college, like a lot of these men come up here and say, that college was an extension of like how regular school is. So they thought that it was the same as going to a high school. So you get your homeroom teacher, and then you got to be there all day for like 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and maybe you get a lunch in between. So I had to explain to them, for one, that that's not what college is like, but also what their options were. And when I was explaining to them, I'm like, well, college is also very social. Like you get the ability to live in the dorm. You get to be with your friends. You probably, will hang out in like a student lounge or student center or whatever. Like there's more to college than just going to class and then going home. That's not how college life is. And a lot of people make their connections and they're able to grow in business because of the relationships that they have in college. And after I explained to them, everything, I showed them my old dorm and some of the stuff we used to do in school or whatever. He came to me after class and was like, Miss Bean, I didn't know a lot about college. Do you think I can go? And I was like, absolutely, you can. You know what I mean? You can go. He was like, but I want to do the film stuff like you. Why would I be going to college? And I was like, well, I could see you as a director. I could see you as somebody who, goes to a college campus. Maybe you pledge Alpha or Kappa or whatever, and then you'll have, your group of like fraternity bros where y'all do public service stuff and, giving back to the community and stuff like that. And me having that conversation with him, for one, he was so excited because he had never imagined himself going to college. And after he left, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go look at some schools, because I found this one school in Ohio that's not far, and I really liked it. And just that conversation in and of itself, like planting the seed of leading a child to believe like, hey, the environment that you're in isn't the only, environment that there is. Like there are other options that you have outside of your direct circle. That in and of itself made a difference. But imagine if you're around men like the guy that just dropped, who are constantly telling you like, no, you need to get out here, you need to make that money, because ain't nobody gonna give you no handout, blah, blah. Like if you live in that kind of environment, it beats you down in a way where you don't see yourself outside of anything but a worker bee. Whereas if you believe that you can go to college and you can educate yourself, you're around people who likely will encourage you to, start doing things outside of what the norm is. And that's literally how you grow as a person. And truthfully, that's how you begin. Now, I'm not gonna go into college and masculinity, but that is how you can begin to open your mind to like, okay, maybe I don't need to play the masculine game in order to get ahead. Maybe I can't do have the ability to be myself and define for myself who I am.
I want to say it. I don't want to say it. I'm gonna say it anyway. Don't join no boys club, man. Go to college, but don't join. Like I don't want to say something crazy about the divine. I don't want.
Don't do it.
Don't let nobody
Don't
paddle your
do it.
ass. Don't let nobody paddle your ass in college. Don't let nobody put no belts around. Don't let nobody make you kowtow to join no boys club just because you wanted to get a higher education.
Hold on, y'all. Don't eat me up. I was using that as an example. All right. Okay. Don't jump on my back about that. It was just an example. All right.
Don't play. You know I wasn't at you. I wouldn't even go there.
I
But
knew where you were going. Oh, but I too am with you. Why y'all buying friends on campus when you could spend that money on something else? But I yield.
and you know what though? All right. That is another conversation, but I think that, I think it is one of those double-edged sword things where being able to understand the options is the bigger part. Like, it's definitely not the advocacy of, you know, joining what you subscribed as a boys club, because you best believe it's not different on the women's side. Truth be told, there's a lot of anti-blackness. There's a lot of, you know, that sort of Jack and Jill paper bag mentality that be happening with the orgs. You know, I'm not a part of one. Didn't want to spend the money. Didn't want to devote myself to nobody that deeply. But to me, the more important part was to help a student to understand that, you know, college is not whatever people are telling you of college. It does not have to be that experience for you, and that you can go and network and see yourself outside of, you know, what people are telling you you have to be, which is you got to be a worker bee, you got to get to the money, you got to, you know, I don't think that that's healthy or productive for especially kids who are, I'm dealing with, you know, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. That's insane to me that they wouldn't be able to, you know, understand or see or even imagine a life beyond just working. And they're already at the age that they already only see themselves as eventually being productive towards the system, which to me is sad. It's really sad.
You ain't telling no lies, BPG, because I always wonder when I go see the middle schoolers who's telling them college isn't for everybody. And a lot of times I find out that honestly it's the teachers. It's not, it's sometimes it's the teachers who look like us, but most of the time it's teachers who don't. And it really all of the adults around them, and because they did some kind of scam to go to college, because in the late 90s, actually the 90s and the 2000s, right? That sorry, Gen X. Gen X was going to college to get a refund check and not going to class as a hustle. And then when they found out that they had
I
debt,
feel attacked. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Ella, I'm sorry. When they found out that they had to pay that money back because they did not actually complete college, they were flabbergasted, right? They were misled about the hustle, right? And so, you know, now they walk
I ain't pay
around.
my money back, but go ahead.
I respect it. I mean, you know what I mean? Jesus forgave it all. So I feel like he forgave my loans. That's a different conversation, right? And I want to say that I have redeemed myself because I have helped more than 30,000 kids go to college with scholarship money. Okay? Okay. Got that out the way. Anyway, so I, you know, that those are the loudest voice excuse me, loudest voices that I often hear when it comes to colleges and for everybody, and you're gonna have all of this debt. And I said this in the comments, the average college debt for a 4-year degree is 38,000, right? 28 to 38,000 really. And that is the price of a small car, right? I don't know, the equivalent of a Dodge Neon in these days. I'm old, I'm showing my age a little bit, right? Elder millennial. But they don't understand how to help, and that's why I've done what I've done for as long as I have. And even when my role was not to work directly with kids and families, I still try to do that because I have an experience that a lot of people in the field don't have, is that I grew up in a poor neighborhood. You know, I experienced generational poverty. I was a foster youth, and I used everything that I knew and all the mistakes that I made that landed me in a lot of college debt to help other people avoid the college debt. And what I find a lot of times is that the parents and the family don't know the ins and outs of paying for college. They think everything is a scam because typically they will lean towards a scam because the people who are scamming are going to do the most to get you to go in on their scam. They will show up at your house, at your dinner table at 6 o'clock and bring food, right? And they will essentially try to like meet your needs in order to convince you that they're the good guy, and really they are the worst ones, right? The real package, the real pathway involves a person to do some work to get it, right? It's not just going to get filled out for you. And even when kids come to me and they say, I need help with my financial aid or whatever, and I say, okay, let's sit down and do it, they think I'm going to sit and type it. And I say, no, baby, you have to forge the path. Like, you have to do it. I'm going to be here with you. I'm going to coach you. I'm going to guide you. I said, but you have to do it so that you know how to do it for others the same way, right? And not do it for them, but teach them how to do it so they feel empowered and they feel in control of their lives. Because we get socialized as young black people to believe that everybody else is in control of us. And this includes our black parents, right? Because they say, this is my house, it's my rules, it's mine, you mine. And I'll take you out if I want to, right? So you got all of these things and rules, and we know that part of that is the legacy of slavery, especially based on what we learned from Dr. Joy DeGruy in Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, right? Get that book? And so we know that people don't feel in control. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't still guide your children when they get to that point, but you also have to get to a point where you find trusted community and trusted mentors and help your kids start building community so that they have people who they can lean on in case you can't, right? For whatever reason, in case you can't, they have to be able to have community around them that they can lean on. And people, of course, that you have vetted, and even after you vet them, and I hate using that word, but vet them some more. Make sure that you become a part of that community as well. Don't just leave your kids with them, right? But make sure that they are building a safe community and not somebody who's looking for a payoff. Because the other thing I will say is with the young men is that there are these self-proclaimed boosters who push young men into sports, hoping that their contribution of tennis shoes, t-shirts, sweatpants, etc., will give them a LeBron dream and a big payoff, that they can become Rich Paul, to be able to manipulate that child. And I will even tell you that I know that some of the boosters who are YT and ARAB come into our spaces to adopt, air quote, adopt our kids, to take them to their homes and say, I will take care of you and I'll pay for all your camps, with the hopes of that kid going to the league and them being able to get the big payoff and act like the Tuohys did towards Michael Orr, right? And it really is another form of slavery, and a lot of times black men are participating in it as well, and even parents and families are participating in it as well, and neglecting to tell that child that when you go to college you actually have to go to class, that you have to contribute and do some work, and that sports dream will not last as long as your education will. And so use the sports dream to enhance the quality of your life, enhance your access, build your network, but don't plan on staying there forever, because the owner makes far more money than the players do. I will tell you, the grass people in the NFL make more money than the players, right? And then you got people on cameras. There are more than 100 careers around all of these people, that those young people can have a much longer life and career. The doctors, the trainers, all of those people in a lifetime making more money than most of those athletes. But I'll land there.
I can't even tell y'all how invaluable this information is. So I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for sharing all of this. I want to invite Vanity into the conversation. Good morning, Vanity.
Hey, babies. Hey, 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 hey. I was listening, and when y'all had Coach up here, I think one of the things that we don't discuss when we're talking about the advice that the men are giving the boys, a lot of the reason why they're giving the boys this advice is sexual competition. They know that the direction that they are sending the boys in is going to make it harder for those boys to be able to talk to the girls their age, because they're not going to have anything. Even if they go into a trade, the amount of years it's going to take for them to reach quote unquote six-figure level. A lot of the reasons why the illiterati wants to go ahead and tell these boys don't do better is because they don't want the competition coming up. They don't want to see those boys do better than them. And so they know they're leading these kids down a bad path. Because yes, maybe while you are driving, you are making money fast. But I know a lot of people in the trucking industry and they know it's a dying industry. Sorry, my bad, an unaliving industry. And so to be sending the young kids in that direction, you know you are setting them up for failure. Also, these are the same people who are always talking about nuclear family this, nuclear family that. When you decide that you are going to pair a barely literate boy in a trade to a college graduate girl, those relationships don't work. So you are guaranteeing a permanent underclass when you are setting up these boys not to be equally yoked with the girls in the community. If you do, in fact, want them to end up having families, get married, all that kind of, I don't know, the things that they're wishing for. They're hustling backwards, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that they are illiterate. The illiterati does not want the people coming up behind them to do better. Because one of the things that happens when people are illiterate is they experience a lot of shame, envy, and jealousy, and they actively sabotage those who are coming up behind them. And I think we need to insert that into the conversation a little bit more when we're talking to boys. The reason why these old dudes are telling you not to get an education is because when the girls your age are getting the education, they want to come in and scoop them up. And the young girls not being able to communicate with you because you are nowhere near where they are, you're not in the places where you can meet them, are going to feel like they have no choice but to go and get down with these old ass, creepy ass dudes. And I think that needs to be part of what we tell the kids because the fact that that man sat here, listened to 21, listened to BPG, and then says, well, 70% of, like, that was diabolical. And it smacks of jealousy. It smacks of shame. And it looks like he's actively trying to sabotage those who are coming up behind him. And I don't want that for the kiddos. So I think we need to go ahead and let them know these dudes are trying to lead you off a cliff. Don't be a lemming.
100%, and I think it's important that we do maintain our integrity. Again, like I said, the last couple days, actually, last couple months. Yesterday, my prompt was, what was it? Misogynistic male fatigue. Last couple months, I've had the men and women expressing like this exhausted feeling around the way we hold our lives. And I had a conversation yesterday about what we can do regarding how we pushing out our content and stuff. As far as kids, as far as making it so that we can still profit the way we do when we hold them, while maintaining our integrity because of the things that the people have been saying. And so I think it's important that we can recognize when conversations are this needed, this important, that we are not giving a voice to people who are saying such damaging things that have the intention of hindering our community, especially our community. I'm glad that white tea lady came up here and said what she said, if not for no other reason than to open up for us having this conversation. But I'm going to ask that y'all do closing statements because I'm about to shut it down. I do want to spend a little time with the baby. I don't want to wear myself out on these niggas. 20?
I do just want to talk to y'all this because I did mention the railroad project. So if you live in or near Kentucky, Virginia, Alabama, Indiana, South Carolina, and Ohio, those are some of the places where this is expanding, but essentially this is another westward expansion. So just look out for those different opportunities to be able to invest in this. Look at Norfolk Southern as an investment. Now, I ain't saying put all your money into it, but if you got $20 a month that you could throw towards investment, I would say that Norfolk Southern is a company that you might want to invest in because of their expansion, and the projects and the things that they're doing. But even look out around you and in your city for ways to do that, and insist for your kids, for the school systems that are around you, that the kids can be involved in those projects to learn the business, right? Not necessarily just to work in them, but to learn the business so that they know how to get in the wave of money that comes from this. There are very few industries that have significant growth coming. We are in our fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, right? They should be learning about that as well, no matter what. They should be learning how to code, etc., no matter what. And even for us, right, women, don't matter how old you are, if you're still breathing, you should be learning all of these things and everything around you, because our community is going to be the hardest hit by all of the job loss from automation. And we are going to be the first wave, and nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care about the damage and destruction that the loss of finances is doing to our community. We know how many black women have been fired from their jobs over the last 4 years. It didn't just start. Over the last 4 years, the number of black women who've been laid off and fired. So, I wish everybody the best. Sin, thanks for having me up. Thanks for shifting your panel to change the dialogue. Yeah. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, one thing we're gonna do is have the dialogue about these important topics. Ain't no other way to do it, man. Juneteenth, you want to close out?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say once again, thank you for getting me up early and bringing me into a good conversation. I think when I came in, it was kind of shaky, but you let me up. I requested and I pulled it back, and then I requested again. And I'm so glad we were able to have that talk with that one particular young man, and hopefully what he heard, he's able to digest it and take it out to that college campus. And young man, I hope you're still listening. Good luck. I got, I have high hopes for you. Stay focused, and you need to take that side eye and look at your daddy. Stop giving your father's excuses when you know your mama was doing all the things. Thank you, Sin. I'll see y'all out there. Bye.
You're welcome. I know we closing on an educated note, but Jay, well, who that's to? Who that's for? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vanity.
I think reading is so important. Every day, I actually spend time trying to figure out better and more effective ways to read so I could read more. Whether it's putting in bionic text, whether it's using the notebook LM, whether it's, listening to an audiobook at double speed while reading a PDF. I'm always looking for more ways to take in more information. Um, Reading is anarchy because it keeps you from being part of the illiterati, part of that cult, where you end up just foobarring your whole entire life based off of the advice of other illiterate people. I would ask everybody to read. If you have various reading disabilities and you're finding problems with words, get the help so you can read. If you don't know how to read, it's never too late to learn how to read. There are other ways to do things other than just holding a book in your hand. There's ways to carry books with you on devices. There's ways, all kinds of ways for you to read and read a variety of things, not just books on politics and feminism and social structure and all that good shit, but recipe books and fiction and all kinds. The more you read, the better of a well-educated, more rounded, well-rounded, more empathetic human being you're going to be. So once again, reading is anarchy. Don't let the illiterati bring you down. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome. Thank you, Vanity. Obsidian, do you have any closing statements? I'm saving the best for last.
Yes, thank you for letting me up. I wanted to say that I'm glad that that lady came up and said what she said too, because it just proves that male-dominated spaces are inherently misogynistic, no matter who you are or where you are on the spectrum. It's going to make you regress if you've made any progress forward. I was in my own space, and black women came and made things better because I did not have any opposition to talk to. And while talking to you guys, it made me realize that we really are trash as far as community building, because the men that all frequent you guys' spaces, like, I can speak for myself. I don't know nothing about none of their ass. I don't know their birthdays. I don't know their favorite color. I don't know nothing about J Wheel, Pub. Like, from, I know what they say online, but we never like got into no community or like got into a Discord or made a live together. And Mello said, like, perhaps you should do that. And I was like, I don't want to do it because I don't want to be in no boys club because of what I just previously said. But that's part of the problem because we won't make community together. So, like, at some point, we're going to have the ones that call ourselves more evolved or just trying to be good. We're going to have to swallow our egos and find somebody's neutral space to be in for all men's live to like have community. Because to be honest, I think if they're honest, like I'm about to be, when we see y'all like have movie night and that type of shit, we're jealous that we don't have nothing like that. We are, but we'll never say that shit out loud. And we'll never get together. We'll never say this, and we'll never like, okay, it's Pub's turn to host it. Okay, now it's your turn to host it. No, somebody got hosted every night, and he got being. So that's the reason why I don't even want to be in a boys' club in the first place. And I'll be really, really angry if I have to organize it. And I don't even think I'm gonna be able to do it successfully because I know some of their egos are gonna get in the way. So I said all that to say, yeah, masculinity is extra fragile. It's supposed to be fluid, but it's really rigid, and that's what makes it fragile because we try to stick to these societal norms that only oppress us while simultaneously hating y'all because we want to be more like you because you're more human than we are.
Well,
Damn, that was a mouthful, Obsidian. You just gagged me. Ooh, goodness. There's not too much more left to say. The heavy hitter said what needed to be said. I couldn't say it any better, but I guess what I'll land on is coming from somebody who, for a lack of a better term, I'm just gonna say, just now catching up to where I should have been. I think it's absolutely diabolical to try to talk these people out of not utilizing their time transitioning from high school to college to then tell them to go into trades. And I'm not putting down the trades. I think, they do offer some type of opportunity if that's something that you want to do. But I don't think that that should be held at a priority or that should be like the focal point. I think education is extremely important. And coming from somebody who is 34 with a child is not as easy in this season as it was when I was 19, 20 years old going to Georgia State. So stop telling people that. Just stop. Stop telling them that. And for anybody who is looking to go back, I highly recommend that you do so. I literally made my decision to go back to college. It took me 4 weeks to kind of combine all my stuff together and get it sent over to the admissions office real quick, fast, and in a hurry electronically. And I was accepted the Friday before classes started on Monday, which meant that on Monday I had to go in and grab up what classes that were left and available for me to get into. And I am now rolling in years when I was going and getting in. So y'all should definitely do the things and be around a community of people who would support you. So yeah. Oh, I didn't know you went to Georgia State, Sharice. Yeah, that's where I go. Georgia State. Go Panthers. But that's it. I don't know if I'm going live. Should I go live, Sam?
well, let me know because I'm actually awake and I can participate.
I might go live after you. Who in the box? Who is this?
I don't know, but they can't come up because I gotta give my
Oh,
shit.
they are a subscriber, but
They probably want to give some good advice, but I'm not. I don't know if y'all know I've been wincing a lot. I don't know if it's the computer light, but I'm getting a migraine, and I want to check in with these babies. And Allie went live yesterday. I was tired. I didn't get to sit in that live and check in and do all of the things. So I need to not overwhelm myself today, because I'm not gonna lie, that fucking misogynistic male fatigue whipping my ass. And if this online shit is affecting my sleep patterns and my stress and shit in real life,
I have to pull back just a little bit. You gotta come over to my house and cut up, because you be cutting up on other people's panels. You gotta be very like in control over here. Over there, you
too
don't give
much
a
stress.
damn.
Too much stress. You gotta control people's actions, control people's attitudes. Make sure you saying the things to move the conversation forward. Then y'all know me. I'll be home with the baby, and it's summertime, so my oldest be home. The summer school done, so I'll be like, nah, it's too much. But
I might go live. I might go
when you
live.
go live,
But
me there. I'm in there.
all right. Well, thank you for hosting such a wonderful live today. It was fun. I rolled over and was like, who live? Sin? Let me go ahead and get up in here. In it.
I mean, in it.
All right. I'll let you go.
All
Bye,
right.
y'all.
Bye. Not five of villain just getting in this mud. Oh, you out of jail tomorrow? Good. Then you can host lives too. Y'all, so I just want to thank everybody. Y'all can tap it up till we close. We didn't get to 100K today, and I'm not mad about it, because I feel like first off, I was never always getting 100K, so that being the standard is crazy. But I feel like the conversation we had today was so important. I feel like we made at least one breakthrough with the young man. I feel like all of the information that y'all shared was profound. Yeah, it's time to go. She's starting to do shit. Yes, that's a leaf. I got a balcony, so when I open it, they be blowing in, and I be letting her chill with them, because why not? She a baby. Now, my oldest daughter, I would have never, that's dirty. You know, when you have them second kids, you be like, well, you know, a little germs can't hurt. Next thing you know, they got hands, foot, and mouth. Now you over here talking about, so why did I let her hand stand on the ground outside in the muddy puddle? I'm playing, but she can't handstand. But yeah, so the conversation was a great one. I'm glad that everybody showed up. As we're leaving, if you do want to drop something in the tip jar, that's the Cash App. That's it right there. Never send. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, thank you all for coming out to come to the live today. I'm glad it was a more productive one. I got my rest. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. So if y'all don't know, let me double check and tell y'all my YouTube. I only think I got like one video up there. I'm trying to push more stuff out for it, but it's TikTok be uploading videos too slow for me. But let me go on ahead and open up the YouTube so I can tell y'all the username, just in case y'all want to look for some of the content. Then it'll be up there. This one I really okay. All jokes aside, please stop turning on the speaker, baby. All jokes aside, I really need to put some of the content out. I'm gonna put the username for my YouTube in there. I think I uploaded. I'm gonna upload some content today. I'm gonna do my best to upload this one. Since I got my PC running now, I could actually this is the app for it, I believe. But let me do I probably should have said this when there was more people in here, but you know what? That's cool. This is just the name for it right here. That's just the YouTube. So I guess the more I push it out, the more. But this was a great conversation, and I do want to post it. I'm gonna hold myself to posting it and taking some of the clips out of it for y'all. The information that was shared regarding college masterclass. Y'all should teach a masterclass. I can't say it enough how grateful I am to be in community with women like y'all. Thank you so much. Invaluable information. Invaluable, like, I'm gonna check your messages. I'm sorry. Okay, right now, I didn't get a text, boo. Is it on TikTok? When I close out, is it gonna be on TikTok? But let me scroll up. Oh, Oh no, it's all right. I'll do it because summer break almost over. But I appreciate it. Yeah, it's hard. It takes forever for me. I think my videos be too long, so I'm gonna try to close it out. I'm gonna get up early with you tomorrow. I'm trying to stay on schedule. School about to start. We're gonna be outside. All right, y'all. Thank you all for coming through. Not you knocking on the door from the inside.